moments like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner, does
Oh!
the damage.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. My name is DK. With me is Proxy, and of course today is our final day of the very first Super Weekend. How are you doing today?
Pretty good, and excited to see what these teams are going to be bringing to the table today. Of course, we know, last day of Super Weekend. A little bit of pressure to add on top of that, and it seems like we're matching, DK. You know, I just needed some blocks, and then we would have been fine.
Yeah, we just squared up, right? That's what we're going for here today. But of course, you know, before we get into anything, we first have to give a big shout out and a big thank you going out to Monsters Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Now, as we know, right, today, final day of Super Weekend, and we've been really seeing teams popping off yesterday, where we saw the players there from the side of Team Myth coming in with 2 chicken dinners. We had G3 coming in with 2 back-to-back chickens, and then of course we did also see several more chickens being brought in. You know, Team Unique also stepping up to the plate, bringing in that final chicken dinner of the day right over on towards Erangel. And now today, it's the final day, right? The final opportunity for teams in the Super Weekend now to bring in some more of those much needed points, looking to just, you know, elevate their current positions that they have on the leaderboard. And, you know, today we're going to be keeping an eye on a few teams, looking to see what they're going to be bringing to the table and whether or not they'll be able to finish up in a few of those much needed and strong positions. But before we get too far into that, of course, we need to have a look at a few of our graphics to just give the viewers a reminder of what the format and things for the day is going to be. And first off, we're going to be starting it off with our teams. So as we can see, our 20 teams, of course, being divided up into their separate groups, with a lot of teams coming in. Well, a strong representation rather, coming in from the players there from the side of Group B, and of course the players there from Group C. With Group A not having the players there from Mad Knight currently here, and of course over in Group D we've got the Intruders as well as the players there from SWAT 69, and then over in Group E we have the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming. So definitely Group B, Group C, some really strong performances coming through from their end, and we've actually seen quite a surprising play actually coming through from the Group C teams, right? Yesterday was kind of their day, right? Team Myth stepping up, G3 Temper stepping up, bring in some absolutely beautiful stuff. And of course, we have the players there in Team Unique from Group B also bringing in some really, really strong performances. And it's going to be interesting to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield once more here for today. But of course, you know, now that we know who our participating teams are, of course, just a quick reminder of that, we are hopping into our format. So League play, that was completed earlier in the week. It is now Super Weekend time, in which we see our top 16 teams from that league play making their way up into here. Of course, they are going to be playing it out across the 5 matches for today. And today is the final day of 3. Now, it feels like we're only getting started, but of course, we've already seen these teams play over 3 days already, and some pretty mind-blowing performances already coming through from just these past few days. But we also then have to take a look at the next little graphic there, and I believe that could maybe be our prize pool. But what are your thoughts so far?
Thoughts so far? Well, Team Mist, definitely an absolutely dominating performance coming through from them. And for the teams, like we said, last day of Super Weekend today. That also means the last day they can pick up some of those juicy winner chicken dinners. As we can see, there's $22,500 up for grabs over all 45 winner chicken dinners. 10 of them out of the window, another 5 up for grabs today. So that's another 5 times $500, of that special chicken. So I'm going to be interested to see who's going to be bringing it today. Who's really going to be pushing the envelope, because as we know, they might not come back for the next Super Weekend. Maybe not even the weekend thereafter. We don't know when we're going to be seeing all of these teams back in the lobby picking up their points. And those points, as we know, only way they're going to get into those finals. So I don't know. Today I'm going into this with an open mind, right? I'm not going to look at the last 2 days, because the last 2 days have been extremely surprising. So I'm expecting today to be the same.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the ways that they can elevate their positions on that leaderboard is, of course, through utilizing the point system. Well, that is kind of the only way that they can advance themselves through the overall standings. Well, it's just a wild guess coming in from my side, but of course we can see the point distribution coming in there with those 15 points for that chicken dinner, 12 points coming in for second place. Then it trickles all the way down to 13th to 16th place, where they walk away with a little bit of an empty-handed play there, but they can make up for that coming in with the eliminations, because they are awarded 1 point per eliminations. And we've seen a few teams actually being quite aggressive, really utilizing those elimination points to the fullest. And one of the teams that, for instance, stand out for me with that regard is a team like Darkness. Yes, right? They haven't had the craziest run with regard to the placement points, but if we look over on towards the eliminations, they are currently sitting on 41 eliminations. So that is definitely helping in keeping them in their current position. But we got to have to wait and see what the teams are going to be bringing in. As I said before, there's a few teams that are still to step it up even a little bit more coming into today's matches, right? If they're not able to pull it off, it's not going to be the end of the world, right? It's only the first Super Weekend. But it is going to make things a little bit more challenging for them, right? So if we look at it, once they move back over in towards the league play, right, they are going to have to play their butts off to ensure that they have another opportunity to come back into that second Super Weekend, right? Really having another chance to try and keep on pushing those points. And speaking about points, let's have a look and see what the overall rankings are coming into today, so we can better identify where these teams are. Of course, Team Miss, as we know, yesterday picking up 2 chickens, the day before also 2 chickens, and sitting them quite comfortably up onto 152 points. So you can see those placement points really showing quite a bit of a difference in between where they are and the teams hard on their heels, like the players, for instance, there from Cryptics, as well as G3 Temp. And so far, only 3 teams sitting past that century point. But Team Umbra are very likely to kind of to break up in towards that. And of course, Masters, we saw coming into yesterday's games, they were sitting a little bit further up the leaderboard, right up amongst all the chicken dinner winners. But now, just yesterday, Team Umbra also decided to come join them up here in the hot seat. And they are sitting smack dab in the middle of this first page. So ideally, we could maybe see a few more chickens, or we could see some chickens potentially today heading their way.
Yeah, and Team Umbra and Team Masters Esports, what's also just interesting about them is they have 2 slightly different tactics, right? We can see Team Umbra really favoring those elimination points, which is why they find themselves, climbing that first page. Whereas Masters Esports, one of the teams, has been very consistent into getting those top 4, top 5 placement points, and that's really where they've been gaining theirs. So again, interesting, dynamic that we see from these teams, and that's all to do with the strategies that they're going to be bringing into this. Talking about strategies, of course, next level, Slime4KT, 1 Million Esports are bottom 3 on this page. Obviously, this is the first Super Weekend, so we only have 16 teams on this page because, that's how math works. But they're the teams that really are going to have that extra pressure on them today, because as we said, there's no guarantee that you're going to be here for the next Super Weekend, maybe even not the weekend thereafter. We don't know when you are going to come back. So you have to take every opportunity that you do have to get those points to make sure that you are constantly in that top 16. Otherwise, you've got the stressor in the back of your mind saying, I'm not making it to finals. I don't know if I'm going to make it to finals. And of course, the opportunity to get extra $500 per winner chicken dinner to, get a leg up on the rest of them and to get more experience and just push yourself higher and higher up that competitive leader. So I'm really hoping that we're going to see a few changes coming through from them, but still plenty of opportunities. Otherwise, you've got 5 more games.
Yeah, and I mean, potentially, if you look at it, moving back over in towards the league play days, which are coming just next week, right?
Mm.
They could potentially have a little bit of a target painted on their backs because we know the players there from Mad Night in Africa as well as SWAT69 and Virtual Gaming, they want to make it up into Super Weekend. So I'm expecting to see quite a strong performance coming through from them. And you know, it's going to be interesting once they actually meet up with the players there from Next Level Slime and 1 million on those battlefields. But of course, speaking about the battlefields, here is our lineup, our map rotation for the day. Same as what we've been having for the previous 2 days. It is going to be Erangel heavy with a little bit of that Miramar and Sanhok action spread out in between. Now, you could almost go as far as to say that this is an Erangel sandwich, but I mean, seeing that it's 5 and there's an extra slice in the middle, this could probably be a little bit more of a Dagwood instead of being a sandwich.
I like it. Are you a sandwich connoisseur, bringing in that expertise here?
No, Dagwood. I love me some Dagwoods.
No, absolutely. So, I mean, for me, I definitely am watching, you know, those couple of teams. Even Super Young Stars, another team is also, I mean, close towards those bottom 4. There's 4 spots, basically, that are unfortunately not going to be giving you any sort of luck every single week. So, of course, the bottom 4 teams this week, they have an opportunity to go to, you know, the VODs, get a little bit of information. They have the ability to really analyze all of the 16 teams we are witnessing today. And they have plenty of information to do that with. So they definitely going to be a very interesting set of teams and players coming through in the league week, and we'll see if that's going to, you know, how that's going to shift the Super Weekend standings next week.
Yeah, and of course, we're expecting quite a bit of shifting to come through, not only in the teams next week, but also in their mentality coming into today, because we've been saying this quite a bit already. Like, today's going to be the last time for this teams to not only bring in a few more points on the leaderboard, but also go farming for a few more of those chickens, right? There's going to be 5 chickens up for grabs, as you've said, and we already saw a few of the teams being a little bit more on the greedy end, right? If you can put it that way, right? They've gone out, they're like, you know what, that's my chicken. And then they go like, well, that one is also mine, right? And there's nothing wrong with that because it really forces the rest of the lobby to kind of rethink their strategies and go like, you know, maybe we also need to start chasing these chickens, right? And it makes for some really exciting gameplay. And, you know, we saw coming through from League Play that the players there from Cryptics had an absolutely phenomenal performance. But so far in Super Weekend, I mean, the rest of the lobby has just been stepping it up, making it so difficult for them to have a kind of replication of what they've been experiencing a little bit earlier, just in the previous week. So I got to say, it's been quite exciting to see these teams just going absolutely ham with each other. But I'd like to see Team Umbra and Master Esports each getting at least 1 chicken somewhere today.
Yes.
Will that be a thing? We'll have to wait and see. But also, there's going to be a little bit of pressure coming in for the players there from Next Level Slime, of course, then also the players from 1 million Esports. They gotta finish strong on Super Weekend. There is no bad position in the first Super Weekend. All you gotta do is make sure that you can get all those possible points that you can find in the 5 games for the day.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday as well. You're adding yourself a little bit of a buffer because, like we said, nothing is guaranteed. After this weekend, you're not guaranteed to be playing Super Weekend. You're not guaranteed to have those opportunities. So you want to grab them while you can. And the more points you sort of give yourself, the more, I guess, leeway you can allow yourself with regards to, you know, League Week, with regards to Super Weekend. If you need more time to sort of readjust and come back even stronger to just change up some of those strategies, whatever it is, you give yourself that space. And that's important, especially not just in terms of, I mean, you know, stats and numbers and all those wonderful, wonderful things, but also the mental game. You know, if you alleviate some of that pressure, saying, okay, look, even if we don't get into the next Super Weekend, like Team Myth right now, we're sitting on 152 points, right? It's going to take a while for at least some of the teams to catch up to us. We're looking very good to getting into the finals, which is not only, you know, are all of the teams aiming for those winner and chicken dinners, but they're aiming for the finals. I mean, there's a big prize pool up for grabs here. You know, we've just been talking about the winner chicken dinner, but there's a giant prize pool on top of that. So, of course, the teams want to be able to make sure they got that safety net in place if something should happen, you know, because we know Battle Royale, RNG, you never know.
Yeah. And you were talking about a mind game, right? So one team I do think that have a bit of a mind game working in their favor is going to be Masters Esports, right? Give Bamboo and Sin, give them weapons, give them utilities, and they are just absolute monsters when it comes to the accuracy that they are able to bring along with that. I mean, we saw a lot of that coming through yesterday. Sin and Bamboo both just absolutely pinpoint. It's like they turned those frag grenades into like little homing grenades or something, right? Because once they send them out, they just land to near perfect perfection and precision as well, and they just go. And that's it.
Thank you.
You know, thank you for the points. That's what we need. And I mean, definitely they've been pretty consistent, especially with regards to their placement points. They are really good at making it up into those later phases. Now they got to look to see how they can kind of just bring in those elimination points as well to keep that pressure up and push them a little bit further. Because if we look back to our first Erangel match we had yesterday, the one that shifted all the way down towards that southern side, they came so close, right? They were in the top 5, having such a strong run, making it all the way so far up into those late phases, I nearly ran out of English. But that is just how far they made it in. And what I'm really liking about all the teams here is that the competition is so tough.
Yeah.
Right? They keep on changing who is which team is going to be the one to take the chicken next. It is constantly evolving, constantly swapping around, and it makes for a super exciting gameplay. I mean, because even though we are sitting here and we've been watching these teams play, not only the matches they have currently right here in PMPL, we've been watching them all over the place, right?
Yeah.
We still have absolutely no idea what the outcome of today is going to be.
And I don't think we will know for a very long time, because the fact is, even after the Super Weekend, there's still so much more room for improvement that the teams are going to force open for themselves. They're going to open doors, that they might have not opened before, because that's what they're being forced to. That competitive threshold is constantly raising. It's constantly going higher and higher and higher, and the teams have to adapt. There's no other choice. If you don't adapt, you're going to be left behind, and unfortunately not going to get the juicy prize winnings or the opportunities that lie here after PMPL Africa, right? Because it doesn't stop here. I mean, we know a team like Cryptics, they made it all the way to the top, and they've got that experience now to bring back to PMPL Africa and potentially restart their journey there. None of the teams want their journey to end, especially not after the first Super Weekend. We still got so many more games coming through that they can potentially take advantage of, potentially take, the full control of, but we'll see how that's going to happen. That's why I said I'm going in it with an open mind, as if I've only just started watching PUBG Mobile.
Well, on that note, before we hop into our first match of the day, of course, we got to give a big shout out there to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. We definitely, I said it before, we need to get you one of those lights.
I need
so we can
foam finger, just like.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, but it's going to be an interesting one, whichever way we go. And of course, we are busy loading up to hop straight over into our first match. Of course, nothing out of the ordinary. We're heading straight up in towards Erangel, but now we wait to see what that flight path is going to be bringing in. We can see the lovely town of Georgopol just down below. So we are starting it out over in towards that northwestern side, and of course, heading all the way across over towards that Sosnovka military island. So a little bit of a change up coming through, but we'll have to wait for that first zone to see how much of a change up it is. But definitely looking at where this flight path is, the teams are still in a relatively decent position. I mean, we're going to be seeing those players hopping down, getting up into the vehicles, and rotating a little bit further over on towards that eastern side. Cryptics, for instance, we know they like to frequent Stolba if the flight path allows, but this time around they are pushing straight down up in towards that southern Georgopol and the hospital region. Already those vehicles coming through, so now we get to see just how far these teams will have to rotate once that first zone pops.
Yeah, and Cryptic's going to be facing, a familiar opponent. We know Lusail absolutely loves that northern side of Georgopol, seeing that they're also, once again, going there today. A little bit of a change-up. We've got Zaki in play as well. Team Unique, we often see them going there towards Severny, so that northern side is going to have a little bit of fun. That zone, of course, we talk about it. Look at this one. We've got a nice little eastern zone coming in, of course. We finished off with this yesterday, which was also just a nice change of pace. So once again, bridges are in play. Bridges are in play. I'm not going to say too much, but they are there.
Yeah, well, at least one bridge, right? And then of course we got that far northern bridge up towards Yasnaya. We don't have anyone there for the time being, at least. But I'm not really. I don't really think that we're going to be seeing a lot of congestion towards those bridges, as a big majority of the teams are centered more towards the middle portion of the map, as we can see those lines heading straight across from Ruins to Mansion. Then also we've got Gatka and Prison region, as well as well almost Quarry down on the southern side. And that Multa power section, of course, also being relatively open. But already we do see those rotations starting to come on through. G3 and YONKOUS finding themselves in a little bit too close of a position here, but fortunately they are respecting the first stage. You're like, we know it's early. We know it's early phase. We're not gonna get into any unnecessary engagements just yet. We'll let you grab your loot, and we'll see you later, right?
Yeah.
So I'm liking that approach coming through from the teams.
Look, I think it's a good approach for any team right now, even if you're not one of the teams sitting at the bottom of the current rankings, at least for the first Super Weekend, right? All of the teams want a fantastic buffer, want a fantastic safety net going into the next week, because there's no guarantees, not just for the bottom 4 teams, it's no guarantees for all of the teams, right? There is going to be 4 slots, unfortunately, 4 teams that have to sit out for the next weekend. We don't yet know who those are going to be. So for all of the teams right now, I think especially not only just that juicy winner chicken dinner, which now has that extra, $500 spice on top, but also just making sure they get that much closer, taking a step forward towards the finals, which we all want to see them have, but only 16 can go through. I do like a couple of change-ups coming through here. Super Young Stars, again, once just a little bit down there towards Primorsk, a little bit split up for the time being, a little bit, few towards Quarry. The Charla just up towards the west, but having a good time looting nonetheless. And once again, we were talking about next level and Masters yesterday on that military island, joined by the hip, if we could say. And once again, the only 2 teams to drop there. So they might be having a little bit of a fun rotation, I guess, depending on how that zone is going to shift. But that's much later. For now, I just want to see if they're going to follow each other. Maybe it's a good little rivalry that's going on there.
Yeah, but this is going to be an important play. Today is going to be super important, particularly for the team of Next Level, right? Because we know they only played a few games yesterday. We didn't see them in all 5, so only playing in 3 of those definitely did add a little bit of a tough play there for them, at least in the Super Weekend. So they're definitely going to have to try and step it up and keep their focus on just making up for yesterday, and also then adding some additional points to that leaderboard, ensuring that they don't have to stress as much moving into next week's games.
Absolutely. Just a smidge, just a little smidge of pressure. But we see a lot of these teams, I don't know, maybe the pressure is exactly what they need. Maybe those dying straights are exactly what they need to really push themselves into the best performances that they possibly can, and then take it up another level, as we know all of these teams are capable of. I keep saying that, and it might be getting annoying, but we know it. We've done the research. Wherever they've come through from, qualifiers, from PMCOs, coming through into this one, they have potential. They have fantastic potential. That's the reason that we find them here. And I am so keen to see how is that leaderboard gonna change up? How are these teams gonna, I don't know, maybe change the dynamic, maybe take a little bit of a different strategy, maybe bring in a couple more, change the execution, because for some teams, it's not necessarily about finding new strats. It's just about refinement. It's about polishing those executions. And we've seen many of the teams really start to do that in Super Weekend already. Even in League play, we started seeing them do that. So plenty of opportunities, and I just love that. I think that's just the beautiful part of PMPL Africa.
Yeah, and of course, as we were saying yesterday, dynamically changing up dynamics.
Dynamically dynamic?
Yes. So we're also going to be looking a little bit onto that to see what the teams will be bringing in. But for the time being, at least, things are relatively quiet. The teams, just making sure that they've got everything they need before just rotating up in towards the zone. Already we did see the players there from the side of Darkness moving over towards Prison and Shelter. But now we have YONKOUS already heading up in that direction as well. We do have Lewis, NNN7, a lot of ends right there. But it's a good earlier rotation coming through from them. We did see a little bit more of a slow rotation yesterday. Today, they're on it, right? They're getting ready to move up into a little bit more of an advantageous position. but they have to be a little bit more cautious as to where they choose to rotate up to. But I'm liking the spread coming through from them because they are moving in towards the junkyard and also the compound just situated over on towards this western side. So making sure that they've got some pretty good coverage should anyone start to venture up into that region.
Yeah, those mass migration should be coming through as well, because we do have a few of the teams there towards, more of that western side. It's only first zone, so they're going to take it a little bit more easier. As well, it's only first game. So maybe just getting a little bit more information, because I remember on the first day of Super Weekend, we literally had all of the teams, jumping immediately. As soon as there was a zone pop, they did not care about loot. They wanted to get into zone. First team to get into zone, get themselves set up. And that was basically the pattern we saw. Now, it's a little bit more calm for the first day. Cryptics, we've got, Lusail, we've still got Super Young Stars, even Unique, taking a little bit of a slower approach, just making sure they're doing everything by the book and being careful to not fall down to those rotations, because that was also a big issue that we saw teams actually, unfortunately, falling victim to, was those rotational paths that they take through with teams already set up on high rises, like Triple Esports as an example, who can have a beautiful purview of teams coming in, throw a couple of shots, and, start off with a few wonderfully welcomed eliminations. So if they do wait here just a little while longer, maybe Super Young Stars might be meeting them.
Well, we'll have to wait and see exactly what is going to unfold. But of course, speaking about unfolding, next level, they are going to start to unfold their rotational path, heading a little bit closer on towards the bridge. But we also did see the players, Masters, also now just moving in a little bit closer. Again, we do see Sin coming into render range just over on towards that eastern side. But this is a really good anticipation now from the side here of the Masters. They know that the players here from next level share this kind of location with them. They love to drop down on towards that military base. And this is a good call coming in from them, setting themselves up in the compounds and already putting a little bit of a stop to that rotation coming through now from next level. But this is where the Masters now need to evolve that strategy a little bit further. Yes, they've stopped them from rotating for the time being, but are we going to see them potentially try and push up on towards them? And I do think what's going to be the deciding factor on that will be this next zone shift.
Yeah, depending on how that's going to fall, it's really going to make a big difference, especially when you see a lot of these teams there towards that northern side. We've got quite a good cluster there. We've got quite a good cluster there towards the western side as well. Oh, hello. Okay, so Milter Power now being in play, of course, still open for the taking, and that bridge still in place. So they've still got some space to work with here, of course, but we've seen how these zones with water end. We've seen how they go, DK. So I don't know about you, but if I was any of these teams, I'd be like, listen, where's the one spot I can take, and let me just sit there and wait.
It's a little bit of that hocus pocus, bubble, toil and trouble. But for the time being, at least, Cryptics, they don't seem to be in any trouble whatsoever. They have rotated up over on towards that western side, and of course, they wait to try and kind of move along with the blue zone, at least in the first zone shift, that first closure coming through. So nothing really out of the ordinary there, but I'm liking this decision coming through now from Zero Tolerance, right?
Yeah.
They've kind of felt the pressure coming in from behind, not really waiting around for much to come from that. They're like, you know what? We're going to prioritize our rotation, get our position set up, and focus on having a good angle or good foothold within this coming phases. There's only a few seconds now remaining on the clock. Of course, the players there from Lusail also coming in with a little bit of a wider rotation, just hugging the edge of blue as they're looking to make their way up towards that more southern side, potentially, northern side rather, potentially. But now we're going to look to see where these rotations are going to be going. Down south, of course, the Masters and the players there from next level, they are now presented with a beautiful opportunity, because now they can really utilize their strategies to get a controlling position all the way down towards that southern edge. Neither team's deciding to push towards the bridge just yet. They're kind of still retaining the position we saw them in last time. But meanwhile, over on towards this more western side, just off center, we can see the players now from the Super Young Stars as well as Umbra starting to have a few things cooking up here.
Yeah, maybe they'll share some words, potentially. As we see, we were talking about teams being joined by the HIP. I feel like 1 Million and G3 Tempo are one of those teams. I feel like Team Umbra and Super Young Stars seem to be the next set of teams that are joining by the HIP, because they're still just rotating around, lashing, just being a little bit of a distraction here. Shadowin, unfortunately, not going to be making those connections. And for the time being, Super Young Stars at least are getting some information, as long as Lashin can get out of here. Ooh. Just that train following you. Just imagine just driving and there's bullets flying right behind you.
Yeah, well, Lashin doesn't have to imagine that. He is experiencing it firsthand. And I mean, SW1D3 definitely being quite accurate, as we can see those hits just slowly and steadily making their way through, just lighting it up from the bottom end, flying right underneath that ever lovely buggy. But of course, things are also looking a little bit tough on the side here between Darkness and the players from the side of Blackjack, as Blackjack now comes moving up on towards the lumberyard, and we can see Lelouch and the team now trying to keep those angles, already losing Zane a little bit earlier on, but they've been able to find 2 knocks already up into the side here of Darkness. And this is a very kind of similar approach we saw coming through from Blackjack just yesterday on one of our Erangel matches. But look at this now, Manuel cooking up the nade, getting ready to send it out, finds a beautiful knock coming up right up in it towards Reverb. And now the pressure turns to Lelouch and MG. They got to now find a way to make a bit of a stand up against the side of Darkness. But Lelouch trying to wrap around the back end. But he needs to be super quick because, you know, Moment and the rest of the players here from Darkness, they're not going to be waiting for those opportunities.
No, they probably want to look at a disengagement here, because even though Reverb is still, you know, potentially back in the action, there's a lot of points at stake here, and there's a lot of opportunities for both teams at stake, because both teams, we've seen some beautiful performances coming through from them. Darkness, on the other hand, you know, they're one of the teams that the performances have been there, right? But they're hungry for that winner chicken dinner, and I do not blame them. I would love to have them have them also. Yeah, tripling over my words and Manuel tripling over his tires. I'd love to see them taking a winner chicken dinner. If we turn back, you know, to Cryptics, they were pulling up alongside Super Young Stars, and now Zero Tolerance, unfortunately, has taken their attention.
Yeah, and I mean, it does seem like they've been able to land a few hits. You can see 2 players already knocked now for the side there of Cryptics, with Carry Boy getting confirmed on up at the hand there of Vortex. But definitely an interesting position that we see the players here from Cryptics, right? Not something we see from them all too often. Lazy Boy also now getting confirmed, and it is now down to Senke and, of course, Marshall to try and come through with those rotations as they make the decision to disengage and rather, once again, focus on getting those rotations and those positions secured. But looking at the zone itself, we did see the players there from Next Level being zone blessed as they've rotated up from the southern side, coming in with a bit of a rotation, pushing straight across. And now they find themselves all the way down towards that southern edge, with several other teams now starting to move into the region. Of course, quite a bit of fighting still happening towards the northern side, as we do have the players there from Lusail, the Super Young Stars, as well as Triple Esports now starting to make their way down in towards that more southern shift.
And Zero Tolerance being forced to make a massively long rotation all the way by Prison into the northern side of the zone. And again, that zone mostly covered by water. So unfortunately, in terms of mainland coverage that the teams have available, in terms of the positions they have available, it's really, really limited to, you know, what we've seen in the past, at least in the last couple of days, was these super weekend playoffs. But for the time being, I feel like there's a good representation going through. Yes, Super Young Stars down to a solo, but there's still 16 teams left. They still have an opportunity to pick up a couple of points. That added danger, though, then means that any team going out, the next 3 teams going out, are unfortunately going to get bubbles for their placement points, a big fat 0. So the eliminations really become key here, and that's also a trend that we've been seeing in these last few days.
Yeah, and I mean, well, already now the players there from Team Mist finding themselves in a little bit of a pressure position, as we do have the team there from the Masters, as well as the side of, I believe that is 1 million right up alongside them. Cryptics also just sharing the position over on towards that western side, but the blue zone is now continuing to move further and further inwards. And we're going to look to see where that next shift will be taking us. It just centers perfectly down on towards that beautiful horn we have down in that southern side of Malta. But this is where it becomes quite challenging, because we can see there's only like one main compound over on towards the southern side, and it is right in between the players there from G3 Next Level. But over on the coastal side, things are looking pretty hairy. Of course, the Masters now trying to make their push in, but the Myths, they're just waiting here, ready to welcome them in. Already Farouk comes in with some absolutely phenomenal grenades, but they receive a beautiful one in retaliation. Sin, being one of the players that we pointed out, do not give this man a frag grenade, because you will live to regret it. Or maybe you might not live to regret it, as you can see already. They are just being absolutely beautifully utilized here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the perfect, I was going to say perfect opportunity for Masters here. A ridgeline battle with grenades. Tell me something else that they could absolutely wish for. Bamboo, though, trying to sneak up here onto the flanking line to find a little bit of an option here. But unfortunately, their teammates are being absolutely bombarded from the side of Myths, who are also trying to pull up right alongside them. And Darkness actually going out in the meantime takes us down to those 15 places, but the zone coming in now forces their hand. Team Myth and, of course, Masters Esports, heavy engagement for them here, a heavily invested engagement, and they still have to make their way into zone. And, of course, as we said, Cryptics, 1 million, they're just right along the zone line. So for them, this rotation, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm liking this position coming in from 1 million. They are just able to rain down on the players here from the Masters as they are trying to rotate on through. And 1 million, this is one of the teams we said we want to see them step it up, and it definitely looks to be that is exactly what they are doing. They're just playing these positions absolutely beautiful, already sitting with those 2 eliminations to their name. But will they be able to bring in any more? As we can see the players here from the side of YONKOUS now also trying to reach across. Up comes a little bit of the push with the vehicle getting right up alongside them. Not quite sure what Black Lost was trying to do there, but fortunately for them, it did pay off, right? They were able to get that squad wipe coming in, and with that, the players from the Masters are sent back into the lobby. But it was a little bit of a dangerous play, right? We got the players from Cryptics as well as YONKOUS also positioned within this region. Now, this is where the players from 1 million have to react relatively quickly, right? They got to be super proactive and look to push into the next position.
Absolutely. Otherwise, they're going to be finding themselves in a little bit of a sandwich. Not a Dagwood just yet, DK, unfortunately, but still plenty of teams in the vicinity to make this really, really difficult for them. And of course, Triple Esports, Team Umbra, who have been absolutely bombarded with teams flying up on them. We had Cryptics, getting a little bit of pressure for them. You've got Super Young Stars, but now they have to turn their attention here towards Triple Esports, just on the high rise, right behind them. And of course, look at these rotations coming through. Slimefork AT in the kill feed as well with Lusail. This is tough for everyone. Even Zero Tolerance is fighting Lusail.
Yeah, Pronto getting caught out all the way up in towards that blue zone. But here we go now. The pressure continuing to mount as we see the fight for control of this western region coming in. We do have the players there from the side of Triple Esports also now feeling it as 1 million and YONKOUS come through with some beautiful spray downs. But it's not going to stop anytime soon. Up comes a quick rush now, as well as the players from Umbra wanted PRZ and Shadowwind. Oh, try to come in with a bit of a surprise position, but look at this. The defense is just working out so beautifully as Marshall is able to put a very quick stop to the advances coming through. And of course, Myth also adding to the carnage. But Marshall is the last one left. Farok and Momin trying to make their dance around this western side. Quite a bit of ground still left for them to try and cover as the zone has continued that shift down towards that southern side. 1 million also now just trying to lick their wounds, trying to get their players back into fighting form. They still have all 4 players in, but now it is down to that reposition. Unfortunately for them, that western side of the zone seems to be relatively open for the taking.
Relatively open indeed, as YONKOUS making their approach there towards that southern side. And of course here, just alongside 1 million, we've got the players from Myth and Cryptics. And Myth just being confirmed, Cryptics want to make sure they do not pick up their 5th winner chicken dinner for the time being. We said it, Slimefork AT, G3 Temper, Blackjack Esports now in a little bit of contention. Smack bam, pretty close to center zone. So fantastic opportunity for them to hold onto this position, but they have some contention for it.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of contention coming through as we can see this whole northern side of the zone just looking like a bag of Skittles. Colors galore. The players here from Lusail also now looking to step up, join the party, but unfortunately, that is the end as they get sent back. We are down to final 9 teams left up in this lobby, and up north is looking pretty tight. We can see the players here from Unique. We got G3, we got Blackjack, we got Slimefork AT, all just duking it out, looking to see who will be the team to have a controlling position up in towards the zone. But of course, G3 also partially positioned on towards that center side of the zone. 1 million also now starting to move up. 1 million, rather the players there from next level also finding themselves smack dab center. Already 3 eliminations to the name. But up north, this is where the pressure is going to be. As we can see those knocks coming in on towards the top of the hill. But G3 trying to focus their efforts, trying to defend this northern side. They want to try and push through the side of Blackjack. But up on the hill, it is going to be 1 million. And next level, looking to dial up the aggression.
And absolutely, I do not blame them for that, because this is a fantastic high-rise position for 1 million to make use of, but they need to get through next level to make use of it. And here comes the push through. Elwani going down now, and all of a sudden 1 million having an opportunity here. All members still up and alive, and next level not looking too healthy, as Azar is the last remaining member running through fire as we talk about it, and still managing to stay alive. A lot just behind that highline rise, but look at that. It's just an absolute reign of terror, which is 1 million Esports looking to take them out, and they will. So Cryptics next level out back in the lobby, and 1 million now being zone blessed.
Yeah, that was a really good push coming through from the side there of 1 million. Unfortunate to see the players there from next level getting sent back, but now we hop straight over on towards Unique, looking to dial up the pressure towards Slime 4KT. Beautiful strafing coming in, but let's see, will Unique be able to get a clean wipe as they push forward so aggressively? Aimer, ooh, getting a beautiful knock in, and it's a little bit of a saving grace, but will he be able to close it up now? Come on, do the dance. Up he comes, looks the wrong way, quickly tries to rectify that now. Will he be able to get it as he's getting pushed from both sides? Unfortunately, Slime 4KT gets sent back in that 7th position, but still a good finish for them. They are in need of those points. But here we go now. G3 and the players from Blackjack still fighting for control of the north. The zone shifting further down towards the south. They have to wrap this up. Unique also still holding up alongside them. But all three of these teams need to now prioritize the position over in towards the zone.
And they'll have to go through 1 million Esports to do so. So the longer they take with this investment, with this contention, the more opportunities they give 1 million Esports to just look on down and get a couple of shots. But YONKOUS and Super Young Stars might just have something to say with that. Team Unique now putting up rear on the side, but Flacco is ready for it. Finding one. Blackjack Esports just pulling on in to get a piece of the action, and they're doing well to start us off with this. This contention is going to go absolutely crazy here, DK, because this position is vital for them to get into the zone.
Yeah, we're seeing third party upon third party upon third party coming straight through. It is non-stop chaos, non-stop terror, but 1 million looking pretty golden up on towards the hilltop right. We can see Lashin from the side there of Super Young Stars all the way down the cliff. Lewis also in quite a challenging position, but the pressure, the focus is going to be up on towards the north, right? G3, they are looking to add another chicken dinner to the board, and so far Blackjack looking to put up quite a bit of a fight, as we can see those heads are coming through. It all comes down to Revo, but of course Buden on the opposite end. But who will be the one to get it? Because 1 million, they continue to apply the pressure with that.
Unique.
Down goes G3 Temper. Unique looking to push on forward. Blackjack also getting traded off in the exchange, but now 1 million going up against the players here from the side of Unique. Both teams sitting on 9 eliminations apiece. Not coming through on towards Dexter now puts them on a 3v3, unless of course that res is pulled off. But now 1 million just riding absolutely high on their position here is.
Yeah, unfortunately, intruders have come through to your real estate, and 1 million Esports desperately trying to make sure that that's exactly where they stop. Unique on an absolute tear here. They've had a fantastic start to this first match, and of course this will just make it even better. If they take out 1 million Esports here, they have a fantastic line of sight to that winner chicken dinner. But it starts off by trying to navigate the terrain here. 1 million, of course, were the team to set up here. They were the team to have themselves set and prepped for teams coming up from that high rise with those early contentions, and they still have 4 members alive and well into this one. Now Scap, Slike, and Chills from Team Unique just sneaking up on that ridgeline with the smoke in play, hoping to just confuse and maybe just find a little bit of a pathway to zigzag into 1 million. But there's nades, there's mines in the field here, DK.
Yeah, 1 million. They're not going to be backing off anytime soon. They pulled the rest off. Now they're going to be looking to apply the pressure. They want to close up and seal in that winner chicken dinner. Dexter trying to sneak up the front line. They're trying to push up so aggressively, but it does seem like the players here from Unique now just getting down onto their knees, trying to stay down in the grass. But they've been spotted. The location now not being a surprise anymore, as we see Slike now getting picked on up, and it all now turns to Chills as Chills gets sent away. 1 million riding so high on this absolutely phenomenal performance. But up comes YONKOUS. Lewis now trying to push in. Is he going to get him in with a bit of a third party play there? We don't know, but of course anything can happen. One player up against 4. It's going to be a pretty tough play. Lashin also just holding up all the way at the back there, but the spray down is going to come through. 1 million, they want this win. They are keeping their eyes on the prize with that picking up yet another elimination. But now look at the shots coming through from Lashin.
Making sure that he's taking every opportunity here. It is a 1-on-4, and of course that res should be coming through because 1 Million Esports have had prime position for so long. They fought, they bled for this position, and this is why they just need to capitalize off of it. Down to a duo because Lashin going on an absolute tear. Now Dexter has to hold the line alongside Black Lost and Knight, who have just been res. So again, numbers just looking fantastic here for 1 million. The connection not quite making it. Lashin now obviously being spotted out. Position known. 1 Million Esports just taking their time, just finding the shot and making sure that they get their first winner chicken dinner and a well-deserved absolute maniac amount of points, honestly.
Yeah, that was an absolutely phenomenal performance coming through from the side there of 1 million. And we were expecting the teams to just step it up to the next level coming into today, right? We were talking about the teams before we started off with the matches. We said the players there from 1 million are going to be one of those teams that will have to just dial it in coming into their performances here today. And that is exactly what they brought to the table. They came in today with a perfect mindset, and I'm loving where it is going.
No, it's exactly what we wanted. I mean, we said that they needed to pick it up. I wasn't expecting that they were going to absolutely kick it up to the next level, to the next notch, maybe into the next week even, as they take that first winner chicken dinner. And of course, it came down to that positional play. As soon as they got that opportunity to take that hill line, to take that opposition from next level, they basically got it in the bag for them. They made sure that all of their players were in that final fight, and we've seen that time and time again. As soon as you get yourself good position, good numbers, I mean, you just need to get that final fight, and then it's as good as yours. So fantastic work for them. I mean, this is really the jump up that we couldn't have asked for. Better performance coming through from them.
Yeah, some really great plays coming through in this last match. But of course, we also know that we do have a few highlights coming through from the performances of the teams in this previous match. So I cannot wait to see what the highlights will bring forward. But I got to say, a really satisfying start to this last day of the first Super Weekend. I mean, this is the day that we're going to be seeing a lot more of these kind of performances coming through from the teams. Who will be the next one to do that? We do not know, but so happy for the side there of 1 million Esports. I mean, we've been waiting for them to step it up, and as they finally did it, they came in kicking off the day with an absolute banger of a match.
Again, I couldn't have asked for a better start from 1 Million Esports. Not only did they get that winner chicken dinner, but they were so proactive in picking up eliminations, and it almost felt, I couldn't even think of a better rotation for them. I mean, they got the one position center zone that just happens to be on a high rise that helps them to have a full 360 view of all of the teams around them that were too busy fighting each other for them to do anything about that. Team Unique, I think, was the closest to really applying the pressure to 1 Million Esports in those final, spats that we saw. But again, 1 Million Esports, they just calm and collected as they recenter themselves. They reset, they came back, and they just beautifully executed the plan that they had to take out Unique. And then it was basically what, a 4v1v1. I mean,
yeah,
come on.
But that's what we love to see. I mean, teams just coming in with unexpected plays all across the board. And just to highlight a few of those unexpected plays, we are going to be jumping up into our highlights. So enjoy them. We'll see you guys back in a short moment. Some absolutely fantastic plays. I mean, that is how you kick off an Erangel, right? That is what we love to see. Teams just continuously pushing, evolving, and improving their strategies and their performances. And I mean, it's only the first week. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that come through as the teams progress their way through heading into the next weeks. But of course, we have to take a look to see what the match rankings look like, how many points these teams were able to bring on through. And of course, 1 Million Esports sitting right up in pole position, so close to dropping a 30 bomb. But 29. Ain't nothing wrong with that. 14 eliminations to their name.
Oh, look, I knew they were active, but I wasn't keeping track to that extent. 1 million esports. I mean, what did they do today? You know, what VOD reviews did they go through? Because absolutely just bringing a whole different performance than what we've seen from them on this super weekend, which is exactly what they needed. I can't even stress this enough. So, I mean, this is what we're talking about, not just climbing those ranks, but making massive, massive leaps. And that starts off with a game like this from 1 million esports. You know, we saw Cryptics, we saw Team Unique as well going on absolute tears of their own. I really love the proactiveness coming through from Team Unique. You can see, even though the placement points weren't there, picking up those 9 eliminations really helps them to stay on track and just keep staying consistent, which again, we love consistency in Super Weekends, DK.
Yeah, but also you got to commend the players there from Super Young Stars, bringing in some really much deserved points onto the board as well. But then as we take a look over onto the second page, everybody, right? This feels like we're on the Oprah show, right? Everybody walking away with points. You get a point, everybody gets a point. I mean, Darkness walking away with points, Triple Esports, as well as the players there from Masters, Umbra coming in with 2, Myth with 2, Slime adding the 3 in. Next Level also walking away with their 4 alongside the players from Zero Tolerance. So this is an absolutely beautiful start to the day. Yes, the teams didn't finish in the placement points where they would have wanted, but everybody picked up a point in this first match.
And I think that's the first time we've actually seen that. You know, we haven't had really games that were so, I don't know if I can really call them well balanced, but I guess it's the closest to well balanced we can really get. Of course, 1 million leading the pack in terms of points, but again, as you said, at least someone in every single slot has picked up a point. 1, 2, it doesn't matter. All of those points add to your schedules, to your rankings, to get yourself up into potentially either the next Super Weekend or the finals, as we know. So great performance. I mean, if this is how we're starting Erangel, can you imagine what the rest of the maps are going to be like?
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely crazy. I mean, and that was just a little bit of a taste of what we could be expecting to see come in from the teams moving through the games here today. And absolutely crazy stuff. But of course, we know we are ourselves getting ready for that second match, which is going to be heading over on towards the ever dusty dunes of a little bit of that Miramar action. But before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out to Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. Much love going out to them. And on that, we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hi, Lewis. Great to meet you. Please introduce yourself and your team.
Hi, I'm Luis, and I'm currently playing for YONKOUS Esports, and I play as IGL. We have other members like Pennywise, who plays as supporter, and Izumitsu, who plays as fragger. We are excited to play the PMPL Africa Spring Split.
And we're excited to see what you guys are going to be bringing in. Now, first off, I want to find out from you, how are you feeling right now, just before the start of the event?
We are really confident for this PMPL because we practice a lot, and we are really looking forward to play against other teams. And we know we can get a top 3 or even win the PMPL Africa.
Well, that is some really good estimates to bring in right off the bat. And now I want to ask you, has there been any changes to your team compared to the team from last year?
Yes, we made a couple of changes because one of our players retired and replaced with another one who is really good as well. So nothing is changing in our gameplay.
Well, that's good to know. Now, I want to ask you, what do you think your expectations of your team is coming into the upcoming PMPL season?
Like I said before, I'm really confident with this PMPL. Me and the team practice a lot together, and I have high expectations for this PMPL.
Well, that's great to know. Now, seeing that you've got high expectations coming into this, what would you say your ultimate goal or ambition is?
I think this is everyone's ambition is to win the PMPL Africa, or like get top 3 or even top 6 to qualify to the PMPL MENA and Africa.
Hello and welcome back. It is time for us to make our way towards our second match of the day. Of course, it is also the fourth final match of this very first Super Weekend. Of course, we're also making our way over on towards the Dusty Dunes of Miramar, as we said before the break. And this is where we look to see what the teams are going to be bringing in to that battlefield. And let us know what your thoughts are. Let us know, who do you think is going to be the team to walk away with a winner chicken dinner right here on Miramar. Hit us up on social media. Go on over towards Facebook and Instagram. Look up the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages and tell us what your thoughts are. But also on that, we got to give a big shout out to Oppo with upgrade performance and upgraded fun to celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, speaking about upgrades, speaking about upgraded fun, of course, is look at this zone. It is looking, well, or the flight path, it is looking quite interesting all the way over on towards that more southwestern side, cutting off quite a big chunk of that northeastern region. But as we know, we got to wait to see what that first initial phase is going to be bringing in.
Yeah, look, the Miramar games that we've been seeing have been quite interesting in the last couple of days, especially, you know, when we talk about G3 Temper, who have just been having an absolute blast on Miramar. So we'll see who's going to either replicate that performance or put an end to G3 Temper's reign of sandy destruction, as we can call it. But yeah, zone looking a little bit fun. Might be seeing a few of those bottom. Ooh, I was going to say we might be seeing some of that southern part of the island in play, but no. We're just going to go all the way west.
Well, west is best at times, right? So here we have the teams now not having to rotate too far to get themselves situated into this next phase. And I'm going to say I'm quite happy with that, as it is going to allow the teams already positioned within the zone now being in a position where they can actually start leveraging those tactics and really making the most of where they find themselves. But one team that finds themselves in an absolutely beautiful position is going to be the side there of Team Myths. I mean, smack dab center zone up in towards Monte Nuevo, not really having to rotate too far. And then also we do see the players there from Slime 4KT as well as Cryptics positioned down on towards that southern side, with the team from Umbra, of course, very, very close to Slime 4KT. Up into Pozzo, it's a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, they're just a little bit more relaxed, but I do like that we do have quite a peaceful zone, I guess, if we can call it that, an open objective. You know, there's many words I can throw at you, but ultimately we're giving teams a lot of space here. And again, you have to remind yourselves this is Miramar, so the teams look extremely close to one another, but they're not as close as Team Umbra and Slime 4KT right now. And Slime 4KT, unfortunately, going to be losing out on having Aimer in this Miramar, which we know we've been applying pressure to both Slime 4KT and Next Level for these games, right? We also did that for 1 million. And I'm happy to say for 1 million, they rose to the occasion and took that first winner chicken dinner. How is Slime 4KT and potentially Next Level going to replicate that? Or maybe they're going to change it up or bring up the points in their own way. We'll have to wait and see. But unfortunately for Miramar, they'll start this off with one player down. But it's not the end of the world, DK. It's only one player, you know?
Yeah, I mean, so at least it's not going to be too much of an impact for the strategies team coming through, right? If it was more players, I would maybe be a little bit worried, but it's definitely nothing too drastic or too catastrophic, right? So all they got to do is now just bounce back a little bit and try and get themselves into a good play, ensuring that they are able to now retain the remaining players they have got left. But if we look at the current spread of teams all throughout the map, we do see over in towards Puerto, where we were just looking towards the players there from Darkness. They have a little bit of a company right along up aside them, that being the players from Lusail. But the same can, of course, be said over in towards Los Leones, where we've got Blackjack and the players coming through from the side there of Next Level. So curious to see how those rotations are going to be coming through, as Next Level right on the edge of zone. So definitely nothing drastic needing to be done on their end. But again, you don't want to be too close to those city positions, as it's sometimes a little bit more challenging. But fortunately for them, the zone is over towards the west. But what's interesting this time around is a big chunk of that zone has already been cut off, seeing how far that zone has shifted over on towards that western side.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we know there's a wonderful mountain range that teams can't really use towards that western side. So again, not only are we seeing, unfortunately, some of the teams, having to be a little bit closer than they would like, but I don't know, depending on how that zone is going to shift, if it's going to keep taking that western momentum, we might be seeing a very cramped Miramar game, and that always leads to wonderful, wonderful chaos, which we thoroughly enjoy. The teams maybe not so much, but who knows? We'll see how they deal with it later on. We do see Darkness and Lusail still quite far up there towards Puerto, so they have to make a little bit of a rotation, and I'm really keeping an eye out for Slimefork AT and Next Level. Next Level especially, finding themselves a little bit close there to Blackjack Esports, thereby lost Leones. And rotations, though, not too bad. Again, like Miramar, we love Miramar for the space. It breeds an opportunity for fantastic rotation sometimes, but I don't know. What do you think Next Level and Slimefork AT should be looking for? Just early rotations, or do you think there's something else that needs to come play?
I don't know. It's a difficult call to make here, right? Because again, there's nothing wrong with the early rotation, but then you gotta have to try and pull that rotation off into a direction where you have good information. Because a rotation is only as good as the information you have while making that rotation, right? If you go in blindly, it could be a huge mistake. So you could also be 50-50. Either you run into someone or you don't. But if you have the information, if you have a scout going up ahead, looking at the position where you're thinking of rotating towards, it could be a much better informed decision that you can make from that point, deciding whether or not it's going to be worth the risk trying to move into that region. But there are a few spots starting to open up, as we do have the players from YONKOUS, for instance, now starting to rotate up from that northern side. And we do see Creative Fields getting left a slight bit open. But where the congestion is not really letting off just yet is right up in towards Chumacera, where we see the players here from Slimefork AT with Umbra also just starting to circle around on towards that northern edge.
Yeah, and for Team Umbra here, they have an opportunity. They've got beautiful high-rise, so Morteza in particular can get some fantastic information. If they've got mini 14s in hand or any other sort of long-range weapons, they might be able to start picking up some beautiful, beautiful eliminations here. Unfortunately, to the detriment of Slimefork AT, but we'll see how that ends up going, because again, there's no rush at the moment. Ooh, Plaza, please, behind that ridge line, my friend, because Morteza is a little bit too precise with these M4 shots. But again, I think there's opportunity for Slimefork AT here. They've got an opportunity. We know they're fantastic with engagements, so maybe this is how they started off.
Yeah, all they got to do now is keep the focus on and continue to apply that as best they possibly can. And I mean, particularly looking at the players here from Slimefork AT, they are in need of finishing off on a good note, right? They are currently sitting up in towards round about that 15th position somewhere. But, I mean, Team Umbra, they're not going to be backing off of this engagement anytime soon, right? They are positioned within the zone. They don't have anything really to try and even worry about. So all they got to do now is keep the focus, keep the pressure, and they could very likely be adding several more points to their total.
Oh, I like this play coming in from Umbra. Look at the flank that's coming through, really applying the pressure there on Slimefork AT, because all of a sudden, the angles they need to worry about just become larger and larger. Thankfully, though, Storm with a beautiful angle onto Wasted will just alleviate some of the pressure that Umbra has been applying, give them a little bit of space here to work with. So now, all of a sudden, Shadowwind finding themselves a little bit sandwiched here between two Slimefork AT players, and that wasn't the plan. No, that was not the plan they wanted to work with here.
Yeah, they were looking to have a little bit more of a fruitful push there, as we can see Shadowwind now also quickly being dealt with. So this is a really good play coming through from the side here of Fork AT, right? But now they just need to keep it up. All they got to do is deal with Morteza. That is the only player standing between them and a bit of breathing space. That's all they need. We see Storm now looking to push up. He is doing it relatively isolated. We do see Plaza also looking to rotate up alongside him in support. But he gets caught with his gun down. But fortunately, he is quick enough to react, to put those hits in and deal a devastating blow to the side of Umbra. Well done, Slimefork AT.
Man, oh man. You know, next time you interview him, maybe just ask him what the trigger discipline is looking like, because that trigger finger is ready for anything. Beautiful work coming through there from Slimefork AT, and we mentioned it exactly how they would love to have started this one off, getting up 4 eliminations right off the bat. Now, G3 Temper, a team we know that is quite familiar with Miramar. You know, they're quite happy with this map, finding themselves right alongside Masters, who have a beautiful high-rise position again. And Sixguard, you know, he does have the fastest car in the game there, DK. You know, some opportunities.
Yeah,
cough.
you gotta put those spoilers on, right, to make sure that it doesn't take
Spoiler.
off. Yeah, you gotta put the spoilers on. That's just how it works. If it's fast, smack on a spoiler. Otherwise, you're gonna go flying. I'm not quite sure how the spoiler is gonna look on that, but of course, a little bit of a spoiler now being dealt onto the side here of Zero Tolerance, as YONKOUS is putting a very quick halt to their rotation further in towards the zone, and it is going to be a fight out on the edge of the hillside here, as we can see Havlik. He, of course, being one of our MVPs from yesterday, or one of the top fraggers from just yesterday, looking to kind of even that score once again. Some absolutely phenomenal performances coming through from Havlik just yesterday, but will replicate that once again here today. Zero Tolerance definitely making that a potential play to come through.
Yeah, Havlik, again, it was on Miramar that we saw him just absolutely entirely take a team out by their lonesome with some insane sprays coming through. But for the time being, Zero Tolerance being the one to apply the pressure, and they have a good bit of range to work with here. YONKOUS, on the other hand, though, they still have all of their players alive into this one. It's Zero Tolerance that are a member down and are looking to get a bit of that revenge coming through. That vehicle, dangerously close to blowing up, and unfortunately maybe just applying a little bit of burn there to GG next, but we'll see how that's going to be going through for the time being. Buggies are here, and they have fantastic spoilers, DK. These have lovely spoilers.
Yeah, it's because they're so slow. That's why. You know, let's be a bit of a contradiction here today. But of course, you know, GG next, that vehicle that he was driving, I swear that thing was pretty close to almost explosion proof, right? Because somehow he was just able to duck dive and dodge his way through the lead heading in his direction, and was able to pull that vehicle through by a hair, I think, right? But of course, now if we look over on towards the zone, this is where things are going to start becoming quite interesting once again, because we've got so many teams already well established within this phase, and this is where a position like we find the players of Cryptics in, for instance, could be quite a favorable spot to be holding. Again, they got some beautiful line of sights all the way down, all the way across towards the players there from the side of Team Myth. So who knows, maybe this could be another absolutely amazing performance coming through from them, but this next phase will assist us in getting clarity on that, as it now centers up even more so towards the side there of Myth, Blackjack, I mean Cryptics in there, the Masters up there as well. But G3 up in the north, we saw Northern Zone, when they start pushing in from the north, things start to happen. This time around, they're on the edge of zone, so I'm not quite sure if that really qualifies as the exact same kind of thing, but we'll have to wait and see, because we still have so many more teams left moving into the zone.
It's still a fairly inclusive zone coming through here, with a huge portion of the teams finding themselves not having to worry about rotations just yet. But you can see that migration now coming through, and 1 Million Esports, curious to see where they're going to be finding themselves. But I was going to say, Blackjack Esports and Team Myth having their own little bit of a spat here, and Broly did find themselves a little bit too far from home, but it looks like the reconfirmation has come through, and now it's a 3-piece each for Blackjack and Team Myth, as they look to potentially finish what they started. But those rotations might have to take priority, as many of the teams are coming through. And we know that even though you might have a fantastic position, if you don't manage the numbers that get thrown at you when the zone pops, you might be finding yourself back in the lobby. And we've seen that happen many, many times before. So Blackjack Esports, right, for the time being, have to disengage and just take a little bit of a record of what is around them, so that they don't get themselves caught off guard, because we know the chaos really starts to happen from this point onwards.
Yeah, and it becomes quite difficult to keep track of who's where and what's when and whatever's happening, because there's so many teams. I mean, we've got still 15 teams left. Even the players here from Next Level and Darkness now rotating up side by side, as they are both looking to find a decent setup coming into this phase. Both teams heading down towards the south, and at least for the time being, that southern approach is relatively open. We do see the players from Cryptics and 4KT positioned just a little bit further up ahead. But now we're going to look to see what Darkness and Next Level are going to be doing. Will we see them duke it out coming in from that southern side? Meanwhile, elsewhere in zone, oh, it's Monte Nuevo. We've got Zero Tolerance and Myths now starting to meet each other over in towards the city already. Only 2 players now up for the side here of Zero Tolerance. It is going to be Vortex and Hates as Myth now come pushing on forward. Ramsey alongside Moment getting ready to cook those nades up, send them over. But Farok holding a beautiful off angle, and look at those nades as absolutely pinpoint plays coming through. But now Vortex, the last one left to bring in a bit of a challenging play onto the side of Team Myths.
Oh, this is painful for Zero Tolerance. The nades coming through from Team Myth have been a little bit too scary close and too close for personal preference here. But Zero Tolerance now holding the line, like you said. Vortex, unfortunately, the last member to try and do so. But Team Myth, they want the confirmation. They want the team wipe. You know, they do not want to be in danger of going home without any placement points. So they definitely would love to add Vortex to the list of names to take it out. Farouk going down. Are they ready for the sandwich that is going to be applied by Team Myth? It does unfortunately not look like the case, and Zero Tolerance will be finding themselves back in the lobby with unfortunately no placement points, but we'll see how those eliminations turn out in the end. Team Myth on a tear once again. They had their winner chicken dinner, their 5th winner chicken dinner, stolen away from them on Erangel, but this time we'll see what they can make use of. Now, rotations coming through. I do love the couple of positions we can see here from Super Young Stars and, of course, Team Unique. But Slime4KT, the pressure's on for them.
Yeah, the pressure couldn't be any higher. Now they are trying to just leverage their position coming in all the way from the southern side of that zone, taking a super aggressive shift all the way up north. And this is where Slime4KT is really going to be put to the test. But I'm liking that off-angle play coming through from the side there of Pronto, right? It's a good angle for them to bring in a little bit of that pincer maneuver. We can see also now Storm starting to advance their way further forward. Plaza trying to keep the attention on himself while the rest of the team now looks to move up into position. Plaza not really finding the spray down just yet, but it doesn't matter all too much just yet. Now, I'm liking this play. Pronto, Slime, or Storm rather, having position up towards the north of them, and now they are in a position where they can apply a lot of pressure onto the players here from Next Level.
I can't lie. This little fight that might be happening is giving me a big smile on my face, because these are the 2 teams that have the most pressure on their backs of today. They have the most pressure coming in through the last day of Super Weekend, and now they are finding each other and looking to take one another out. Slime4KT already off of the back, riding a beautiful train of 5 eliminations, so they might be looking good for this one. Darkness, YONKOUS, and Cryptics, though, finding themselves right next to each other, and Marshall now going down. All of a sudden, it's not looking good for either side.
Yeah, up comes YONKOUS rushing straight on forward. They're looking to pick up those elimination points. Are they going to be able to stick it to the side of Cryptics? You can see a beautiful back and forth coming through, but the drop shot getting pulled off Cryptics. Just landing one after the other, but GG next now getting caught in a little bit of an open position as Lazy Boy also now starts to rotate up, but those third-party shots are flying in all the way from the zone. It is coming in from the side there of Cryptics. You can see Lazy Boy now trying to avoid all the hits, but MG follows through. Beautiful play as Cryptics now also gets sent right on back, but absolutely devastating things coming through. But now, over on towards the southwestern side, it is going to be the players from Darkness as well as Blackjack having now to just dance around each other, looking to see who's going to get control of the southern portion. But of course, Slime4KT and Next Level also now starting to push up towards that zone. Both teams opting for different approaches, going in separate directions. But up north, we find the players here from the Super Young Stars and 1 Million also now fighting for controlling position.
I don't know if it's just all the teams that have the most pressure just trying to find each other, but here it is, of course, 1 Million Super Young Stars riding that level of absolute contention that we saw Next Level and Slime4KT unfortunately finding. And now Unique, unfortunately, with the third party onto Super Young Stars, so the nades coming in from 1 Million, the third party's coming in from Team Unique, really making this difficult for Super Young Stars. And now Darko and Lashin, last remaining, make that just Lashin, unfortunately, last remaining hopeful here for Super Young Stars, caught in a little bit of an uncomfortable spot here, right? Because not only is positions given away, but those pushes coming through from the rest of the teams are going to make this so much harder moving into the rest of that zone that they thankfully, for the time being, find themselves in. Whereas the rest of the teams have to move up a little bit more north if they want to find some safety here. And it's an uncomfortable position for many of these teams, DK.
Yeah, definitely going to be a super uncomfortable position for almost everyone concerned. But we did see that zone showing quite a bit of a difficult shift, right? It has moved a little bit further up on towards the northwest. Lusail still cornered all the way down in towards that southeastern side. They've got the Masters right here alongside them. Of course, we do see the players there from Triple Esports just over towards the west from their position. But now they've got to try and find a way to rotate back in towards the zone. Up comes the Masters now, just looking to leapfrog their way forward, trying to find a bit of an opening, clear that rotational path straight on into it. And I'm hoping to see the players here from the Masters rather rotate towards zone and then put up a fight against Lusail, because if they are going to try and pick them up here, they could potentially get caught out by that blue zone that is now starting to rotate in.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we've seen the plays for containment, but that only works when you've got an easy line of sight to the zone. Although, DK, they said, we don't care what you think, okay? We're going to start it off here. Lusail now finding one. Make that 2 down for the count, as Lusail are absolutely feeling the brunt of the damage that we do see. Masters Esports just throwing their way, pelting their way, if you could even call that, and they're going to be finding Triple Esports as well. So this is an uncomfortable place here that we find Lusail Esports having to try and recover the situation with darkness as well in the feeds, and everyone taking a piece for themselves.
Yeah, and it is going to continue to go, as we can see now. Masters trying to find their way on through. G3 getting sent back early.
Hello?
Of course, getting taken back over in that 11th place. Triple Esports getting sent back in 10th place. And with that, Slime also now have to pack their bags. We are only left with 8 teams. The shots continuing to fly in all over the board. But Unique and 1 Million definitely coming in with some beautiful strategies here today. As we can see, they're maintaining a controlling position up north. Blackjack also getting sent away now, and this is where things are taking quite a bit of a shift. As we can see, Lusail still having to push in from the southern side. We've got the players there from the Masters just a little bit further up ahead of them, but 1 Million now going to be looking to potentially bring in another amazing performance. Lusail need to find that opening to get their butts back up in towards the zone, but of course Unique are going to be looking to lay down the Lord Darkness, trying to rush on up towards the side of Myth. But look at this, Lusail trying to come in. Salam picking up some beautiful third-party sprays. Unfortunately, not finding any of those knocks, but now it is a race for that position into zone, as the zone centers up towards the players here from Myth and Lusail down in towards the south.
Oh, I was a little worried here for Lusail. They're poking a tiger here of Team Myth, but look at the shots coming through from Wanted, finding Farouk and Momin, leaving only Ramsey now from Team Myth to try and bring a little bit of order to the chaos that Lusail is absolutely just making sure is going the way of Team Myth, and absolutely well-needed points coming through for them, and an opportunity once again to find themselves in a fantastic position for the final zone coming through. Now, of course, 1 Million, Team Unique, you know, one of the more, I guess, numbered teams have to find their way into the zone, whereas Lusail, they've set themselves up. It's just one member from Myth, and then the rest they need to follow on as soon as they get this team elimination.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at this, Lusail, they are hungry. They are eager to pick up their second chicken dinner, and they're going to try everything in their possession, in their capabilities, to try and lock that in. Of course, the players here from Unique also trying to push up, trying to lock in that second winner chicken dinner, and the stakes are going to be pretty high. Of course, the players from 1 Million already having a taste. They've already tasted blood. They want more. They saw how great it is to finish with an absolutely phenomenal performance. And now, I mean, the side here of Myth looking to provide a little bit of a challenge, as we can see Lusail flying up on towards that southern side. Of course, the players coming in from the side here of 1 Million, now having to try and reposition up in towards the zone. Salam sending out those grenades, trying to stop those advances. But here we have that rush now, full sending up in.
Ooh.
Will they be able to pull it off, though? I mean, Eflex, not even waiting for the vehicle to come to a halt, just vaults himself right out the vehicle with that Wanted, gets straight off. Lusail already 2 players down. Now it is up to Boyka. Will he be able to hold his own? Will he be able to get up to his teammates? I really highly doubt that. But look at this now. Boyka trying to get a bit of a spray down through. Needs to be super careful because he is exposed. And with that, it comes through. Lusail having to now make their way back into the lobby. It is going to be the side of Unique up against 1 Million. And of course, Myth. But it, well, is 1 million looking absolutely fantastic once again in this match.
Absolutely, and unfortunately they do find themselves with a solo, of course, being Ramsey in this final fight, but they can look for the third parties here because 1 million just spotting out Team Unique and saying, how do you do? Take a couple of bullets from my gun here, and let's see how this is going to end up. We've got 7 players alive in this one, and eFlex once again on an absolute tear of their own. 1 million picking up 9 eliminations, looking once again for another winner chicken dinner. That zone should be pulling through, and we should be seeing an absolutely crazy performance coming through here, potentially from either team. Though, look at that zone pool. 1 million esports have everything in their grasp for their second winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, they are absolutely blessed with the zone once again. Now, all they need to do is hold the position and defend it. That's all they got to do, because the other players all have to come to them. Unique, having to rotate in from that northwestern side. It is going to be a very exposed rotation for them. Ramsey also, all the way down towards that more southern angle, will have quite a bit of a challenge. Currently utilizing the ridge, but where this next phase is shifting is almost a flat piece of ground. But look at this. Dexter looking to move up. He needs to be careful, though, because if Ramsey spots him, those shots are going to come nailing on through. Chills, of course, getting picked up. And we can see Scope and Phantom now just trying to assess the situation, trying to find a way of them finding their way back in towards the zone. But I'm liking this play coming through from Phantom, trying to sneak his way up, but Eve just going to be stopping him right there. He said, "Thou shalt not pass." But will he be able to confirm it up? Will they be able to get those final hits in? Of course, Phantom now trying to get up, trying to lay it down, but unfortunately he also gets traded off. Scope managing to pull the res off on towards Chills. But I'm liking the steady, confident approach coming in from the side of 1 million. Not quite sure what Unique was trying to do there. Absolutely devastating position, as we do see Chills now having that knock come in once again. Scope going to be trying to see if they can find that angle. The blue zone stepping up as well, adding to the damage. And with that, we're going to see Scope fall down. He goes. Yes, and now it is down to the players from Miss. So it is going to be Ramsey up against the 3 remaining players from the side here of 1 million. 1 million looking to get a back to begin in the first 2 matches of the day. Ramsey now trying to push up, trying to give it everything he's got. Will he be able to pull it off, though? Dexter is going to try and stop him. He goes down. Come on, 1 hit, and there we have it. 1 million picking up their second chicken right here. Back-to-back performance. Absolutely insane stuff coming through. I mean, as we wanted them to step up, now they've gone over and above that, far beyond what we could have expected to see from them.
Wow. No, that performance, as you can see, has left me speechless, because 1 million esports, there really wasn't a good option for them towards that end, where they had to make the rotation. That zone pulled away from them as far as it possibly could and favored all the rest of the teams. Maybe Team Unique, was on the same path, but then Team Unique has been so proactive recently. They had such fantastic angles. I really did think that, okay, 1 million esports, this is a difficult situation for them to apply, but the execution towards those top 4 spots, towards those last couple of moments coming through from 1 million esports, it was coordinated. We had eFlex just throwing through the nades. We also had a few of the other players flanking around and just coordinating and warding off Team Unique's angles that they could actually utilize. And then, of course, what could Ramsey do but sit and watch the onslaught that 1 million esports was just applying to Team Unique? There was no way he wanted to get involved in that. He didn't even want to be in that situation to begin with. But again, because of that pressure that 1 million was applying, there was no option for Team Unique. It was just a matter of time till that zone came through, and Unique was just like, thank you. Thank you very much for a second winner chicken dinner on the last day of Super Week, and talk about coming through at the last second.
Yeah, talk about coming through with a clutch. I mean, that was an absolute clutch play coming through there from 1 million. Beautiful stuff. We love seeing it. But I got to agree with you. The players there from the side of Team Unique also showing some really good consistency. They finished quite strong coming in on that first match and replicating a lot of that coming into the second match. So I'm loving these changes, these evolutionary plays coming through from the teams. And, that leaves so much more to be seen coming through into our final 3 matches of the day. I mean, the first two off to an already very, very amazing start. But of course, we do know that we have those highlights also starting to make their way on up. So let's have a quick look of a few of those past amazing plays in this last match. Enjoy. That is just crazy. I mean, yeah, I'm feeling the same here as Lucky. I'm so happy I've got the aircon on. Otherwise, you know, this would have been a pretty uncomfortable seat to be in right now. I mean, the teams are just stepping it up so much, and it is so beautiful to see. I mean, there's several changes that have already happened on that leaderboard. I mean, 1 million started off the day sitting closer to the bottom end, and now they are just flying, moving themselves into new position. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And of course, let's get a bit of an idea as to how many points the teams were able to bring in. 1 million, just 2 points below their performance in the previous match, coming in with 27. Now, that is absolutely insane, right? That puts us like on 56 points that they were able to bring in just 2 matches.
You know, when you say it like that, it's like, okay, you know, good points, right? You know, we saw a couple of the teams picking up 30 points a game, so it was like, okay, you know, this is not something that we're unaccustomed to, but to have a team like 1 million esports not only make it, you know, their stance on the first match, get that first winner chicken dinner, but now getting back-to-back winner chicken dinners and looking like the next team to take us through the rest of the Super Weekend day as the absolute dominating force. That is a huge change coming through from them. And again, we said it, teams are going to step it up. You know, there's VODs coming out now. There's opportunities for them to go back and rework a couple of things, and they're getting fantastic information, of course, because they can actually, you know, take some of the pointers from the rest of the teams and apply that to their own gameplay, or maybe start to see really where they're falling short. But 1 million, I can't fault them at all today. Yep. I'm struggling to find a fault from them. They just seem to be adapting like no other team.
Yep, and it's absolutely insane to see the performances coming through. But we got to say, we are absolutely loving it. And it just shows you that it is not outside the realm of possibility, right? Any of the teams currently sitting on this leaderboard possess the abilities to bring in plays like this, right? So far, 1 million has done it back to back. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But of course, Team Myth also now trying to bounce back, right? They bring in those 18 points. We got Lusail also stepping up their performance, coming in with 16 points on board. Team Unique, again, showing the consistency, coming through with those points as well. So I'm loving what these teams are bringing to the table here today. I mean, Unique bringing in 17 points in the previous match, accompanying their 13 that they just got. That puts them on 30 points in just 2 games. So definitely a really strong effort coming in. Super Young Stars also was one of the other teams we were wanting to see just push the envelope even more so today. And they are definitely putting in the effort, bringing in those 8 points. Darkness right up there alongside them. Slime 4KT, again, 5 eliminations. Oh. They are starting to stack up those points. It is starting to build, and this is what we want. We want teams to kind of try and break the mold. But of course, if we look over on Cryptics, they got no placement points, but they finished on 6 eliminations as well. So still adding those numbers on the scoreboard, and that is where it matters. Now, as we hop onto the second page, we can see Masters also putting in the efforts there. YONKOUS coming in with their 4 eliminations. The players there from Blackjack Esports also sitting on the 4 points. And then, of course, G3 Temper coming in with 2 points, but it's not hurting them because they've already put in such a strong performance in the first 2 days that they can afford to have an off game, right? It's fine. Coming in with a 2-pointer there, it's not going to cause any major issues for them. But it is a little bit of a worry problem there for the players from next level. We need to see more points come in, right?
Yeah.
They've shown pretty great potential. They've showed now that they have the ability to outlast, or rather last up into those later phases. And now we get to see how that impacts the overall leaderboard. As we can see, we now have 4 teams sitting up on it towards those triple-digit numbers, right? 1 million, 1 point away. They started off today sitting all the way over in 14th position. In 2 games, they are now in 5th place.
You see the numbers. They're crazy when we look at it. I feel like I need to throw my stat book out the window because all of it has been lying to me today with the performance that 1 million esports is bringing through. And as you said, we've got 4 teams now on triple digits. We've got 1 million. They need 1 more point, which, I mean, they've got 3 matches to do so to also find themselves on triple digits. Lusail, 3 points away. Team Umbra, 5 points away. Masters Esports, 8 points away from this entire first page being on triple digit points. On the first super weekend, that's an absolutely beautiful performance come through. And of course, the rest of these points not looking too bad. But as you mentioned, Slime 4KT, Next Level, and now Zero Tolerance, the 3 teams that we find themselves at the bottom. Zero Tolerance not looking too bad. You know, some consistency coming through from then. But definitely for Slime 4KT, they've started, you know, stepping it up, getting those eliminations, getting into those engagements, and putting out a beautiful performances to boot, as we saw with Storm, with an absolute insane turnaround to make sure they get those final eliminations. Next Level, I feel like I haven't seen much of them. I feel like we get them in some positions, some potential, you know, to start it off with, but then they fall short towards, you know, the later part of those phases. I don't know if it's rotations. I don't know if it's engagements. We don't actually get to see often where they fall out of the map, unfortunately. I'll try and see if I can keep a better eye out on this next Erangel, but it's definitely going to be some pressure for them. It's not impossible. Like you said, we just saw 1 million do exactly that. It's definitely possible, but we need Next Level to do the same. Or better.
So the pressure is going to be on for Next Level in the next remaining matches of the day to see where they're going to try and push their opportunities up towards. But of course, we also want to take a quick moment to thank Monster, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But as 2 matches done and dusted, 2 chicken dinners under the belt there for 1 million esports. I mean, things are looking absolutely insane. Of course, we need to see what the next map will have in store for us. Of course, we're also going to be making our way over on towards Erangel for the 3rd one. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, this is our final day of the very first Super Weekend. And we've been seeing the players there from 1 million esports just popping off with a back-to-back chicken dinner. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. If you guys missed it, you missed out on some insane PUBG Mobile action. But of course, now we're getting ready to move into our third match, returning right back onto the lovely land of Erangel land, if that's even a thing. But either way, we are going to be seeing what the teams will be bringing to the table. So be sure to hit us up on social media. Let us know on either Facebook or Instagram, or even on both, who you think is going to be the team to walk away with a winner chicken dinner. Will it be 1 million esports once again, or could we see someone else potentially stepping up and putting a stop to that runaway performance coming in from the side there of 1 million? Of course, head on over to the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages on both Facebook and Instagram and tell us what your thoughts are on that. But now we're getting ready to jump into the action. And so far, yesterday we said today is going to be a hot day, right? But boy, again, we were so wrong with that, because the teams took it like if hard is here, they're currently sitting right up here. It is absolutely insane to see.
Yeah, no, I mean, stepping it up, I don't think that is sufficient to explain the performances that we're bringing in, that we're seeing from these teams, especially 1 million esports. I mean, words can't describe, again, how absolutely bewildered I am by their performances coming through. Like I said, my stat book is out the window. It means nothing to me now. It has betrayed me because 1 million esports has blown it out of the water. But we'll see what comes through on the second Erangel of the day. The teams have already had their warm-up. They had their first Erangel. They had their first Miramar. Now, this is the second Erangel. So they've had a sufficient warm-up, right? Now, we're going to see a little bit of a step up from the rest of the teams, I believe.
Yeah, and of course, now we have a bit of a balancing act coming through, right? First flight path we had came in from that western side. This time around, it is coming through from the eastern side, starting all the way up towards that northern territory in between Kameshki and Lipovka, as we can see. And this time, again, heading straight over on towards that Sosnovka military island. Now, the first zone was all the way over on towards that southeastern side. We know yesterday the second one went east, and after that it went up towards the northwest. So curious to see where this next phase is going to be going, because the first day it was pretty much stuck over on towards that southern side. So, I'm game for whichever way this zone goes, but it does look like the teams are definitely starting to move themselves into their locations again. We have the zone now heading over towards the western side, so beautiful change up from yesterday. Yesterday was east, today is over on towards the west, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be having a lot of satisfied customers on the battlefield right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's so many teams that would love to just take a little bit of a trip there towards Katka, to Quarry, and especially those Georgeville Hospital, maybe even Mount Everest final stops that they could be taking and get themselves set up for these zones coming through. But now, I mean, the spread, once again, we're seeing Masters and Next Level, same positions we know them to go, which is, of course, that military base island. So they might be finding themselves in a little bit of contention spot this time around, because Next Level have the first line of sight onto that bridge, have the first line of sight on that rotation. Going to be interesting to see that one. I'm also not seeing G3 Temple or 1 million esports changing it up just yet. Still finding themselves there towards Farm and Milter. And as we can see, Dexter just sneaking on up there towards Six God and Flacker, running to try and join the party. But 1 million esports, I'm definitely going to be seeing what they're doing. What are they planning for this Erangel?
Ooh, well, I'm hoping that they are planning quite a few surprising things. I mean, 1 million, they've been setting the bar exceptionally high. Unfortunately, Dexter is pretty isolated at this current moment. The rest of the team still all the way back over in towards Milton. I mean, G3, they know who it is, right? We're going to be seeing them now come rushing forward. You see Nacho already stepping up, trying to pick up those heads, and definitely succeeding in pulling it off, as we can see Six God coming in with that confirmation. So good start coming in from the side of G3, right? Looking to just chip away at the numbers of the side of 1 million, because we've seen now, if you give them enough room, they are just not only going to take the finger or the hand, but potentially like half the shoulder as well in the process. But it's great to see. I mean, that's what we want to have teams do. Come in and just blow us all away. But speaking about some interesting positions that we are seeing on the map, though, we got the players from Triple Esports also finding themselves up alongside the players here from Unique. So curious to see how this engagement is going to go, as we have Maestro and Thor a little bit pinned down, at least for the time being. But the rest of the team from the side, they have Triple Esports, of course, situated a little bit further towards the northern side, just up the roads. We can see them now towards that edge. But so this could be a little bit of an awkward pincer maneuver coming in between both teams.
Oh, absolutely. And to just add on to those funny rotations that we're going to be looking at, Cryptics all the way there by Kamishki, one of the teams that has to take the longest rotation into zone, and they have to do so right through Slime4KT, Blackjack Esports, Darkness, all right up close and personal. So many fun little engagements that we have a potential to see, especially from that eastern side of the zone, of course, we know. Still, the zone fairly empty, but it's your way to get to those wonderfully empty spots that are unfortunately going to be very difficult. Of course, Triple Esports and Team Unique holding the potential rotation here, not only for next level, but Masters Esports potentially as well, because if Masters goes a little bit more to the eastern side, they find G3 and 1 million, so their options are limited. We'll see how this is going to end up for Team Unique and Triple Esports, because I feel like if they can hold this line, especially Unique, if they can hold this position, beautiful opportunity for them to take this further, because they're still in zone. They've got opportunities to just sit and wait for those rotations to get through.
Yeah, and now they also need to be proactive, right? So there's one thing waiting for rotation, but you also got to plan as to how you're going to strike if rotations do come in your direction. And Unique still trying to now just tighten up their position onto the players here from Triple Esports. But Triple Esports also waiting in anticipation to see what it is that Unique will be doing. But I'm loving the shuffle coming in from both teams, right? It was very split up, at least in the beginning, but now Unique focusing a little bit more on towards that northwestern side with the players here from Triple Esports moving on towards that southeastern end. But up comes the pressure, as Unique are looking to clear out the building. Fortunately for Maestro, that Molly doing some absolutely fantastic things. But Scope now also trying to come in off the off angle. But they got to be super cautious to not to overexpose themselves just yet, because Triple Esports, they're ready for these hits.
Oh, and A1 just coming through and making sure that it is so much harder. You have Unique getting that elimination now, and Scap going down as well to Maestro. The nays coming through from Triple Esports might be in a little bit of contention there with Masters. We'll see how it ends up going. Now Maestro, looking to go on through here. Phantom, though, holding that line as trying to connect to the shots here, but has to be careful. AWAM coming through on the top line. Masters and Maestro now desperately vying for the angles here, and I don't see a Unique exit from this. I don't.
Oh, yeah, definitely. If Maestro has anything to say about that, as we can see now, a very early stop being put to the players there from Unique. But now this is where Triple Esports need to be careful, because next level just started rotating up from that southern island. We just saw them coming in over on towards that eastern side. We can see them on the screen once again, and they've been definitely made aware of the engagements happening over towards that western position, right up in Ferry Pier. We can see those rotations now starting to come in as they're going on a little bit of exploration.
You were there.
Wow. Yes, I got it eventually. As they're going to explore the region a little bit further. But, I mean, this is only down towards the southern side. We also still see quite a bit of congestion up further north, right? Pachinki, Gadka, that whole region. We've got several teams now starting to mobilize themselves and heading further in this direction. But again, a good decision, I believe, being made here by the players from Triple Esports, as they're now looking to reposition. They know that spot is pretty hot, so they got to move before too much attention is really brought towards them. But now the rotations here are going to be absolutely essential.
Absolutely, and I couldn't agree with you more. Triple Esports now putting up on next level's territory, as well as they move in just a little bit closer to that bridge line, maybe trying to find an angle to work with here. G3 Temp also might be joining the action shortly, and of course Masters still have to make their way into the zone and might be finding themselves smack bam in that party. So a lot of contention happening, especially towards that center part of the zone. As you can see, G3 Temp and Blackjack Esports just you know, saying hello, how's it going? But again, just to the side, next level and Triple Esports, like we said, this party is just getting bigger and bigger. What's happening here? Either way, I do not see an opportunity necessarily that, Masters Esports can take that eastern side bridge. They might have to just go for a long rotation, and they might be finding darkness along the way. So plenty of awkward transitions here for the teams, unfortunately, because of the zone pool and because of the time that they've been spending in these engagements. Now, G3 Tempo, are we looking for a few eliminations here?
Well, they're definitely going to be looking to pull that off, as I'm pretty sure, pretty convinced that they know that there could be someone there, right? I don't think they know exactly where they are, but they are going to be finding out very, very soon. And it's interesting to see Triple Esports actually coming in with such a split-up approach, right? We've got the two players right on the front line alongside G3, with the rest of the squad now getting ready to move up as well. And the zone, of course, now going to be shifting over towards that western side once again. And this is where that mass migration will find its way into zone.
Oof.
But G3... not spotting out Triple. And I think this is actually a good call coming in from the side of Triple. Quiet, not looking to make too much noise. They don't want to draw the attention of G3 just yet. But now Thor kind of breaks the silence. And I do think we could potentially see G3 now trying to maybe circumvent them and come in from behind.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to do it. Otherwise, the pressure is going to be applied to them, and Six God going to be the first to feel the brunt of the action here. Nacho now left alive in this warehouse, trying to hold the line against Master, who just pummels on through. But the nade, it was beautifully placed. Nacho has an opportunity here to get a couple of shots there onto AWAM with the help of Waden. And now, all of a sudden, G3 Temper have found a line out of this. They have found a pathing to get themselves back into competitive, nature here. With Thor and Maestro only left alive for Triple Esports. They picked up 2 eliminations. They have control of the warehouse. It's theirs. They want it.
Yeah, and of course now it is going to be Maestro and Thor having to try and defend this beautiful off-angle play coming through, but Thor quickly getting dealt with there as Buren steps up, just lays down the law, and it now turns to Maestro to try and keep the hopes and dreams together, keep it all alive. G3, 2 knocks coming in, but they are not really being too phased by that. Maestro is, of course, trying to find a good approach, trying to capitalize on the surprise element, but G3 just having the numbers advantage. Buren and the rest of the squad now going to be trying to line up those angles. The first rush comes through. Maestro getting kind of like taunted into a play there. Nacho steps up the back end, and down they go. Triple Esports getting sent away, but a really good effort being put forth there by the side of Triple Esports.
I love the bait and switch coming through from G3 Temper. It's exactly what they needed to do. All of a sudden, they found themselves initially having the pressure only applied to Triple Esports, and then with that rotation coming through, they were cornered, they were sandwiched. It wasn't a dagger, but it was very, very close. But again, the bait and switch that they had happened, they had 2 players, execute out, try and get those flanks, come back in to an absolutely dominating performance coming through from Nacho, and it's exactly what they needed to get that time to make the plays happen. And they're going to be just absolutely smiles on their face going through with 5 eliminations into the rest of this Erangel. Now, though, we turn our attention to a few of the other teams trying to find a little bit of space of their own to, get some real estate, make it homely, maybe hold in the zone and get ready for the rest of this Erangel.
Yeah, but looking at the zone, there's definitely not going to be a lot of space to call home, at least for the time being, as the teams all decide to kind of converge onto the same points. I mean, even Darkness now moving up alongside the players here from G3, but Next Level moving in behind Darkness themselves. So it is going to be a third-party play on top of a third-party play. So the teams seem to be super, super cautious as to how they take these plays. Even Center Zone, again, that Skittle packet coming out once more is because he's so many teams, so many colors currently sharing that region. But of course, Cryptics rolling in from up north, taking their cautious time. Not going to be looking to put themselves in any uncomfortable or, challenging positions unnecessarily. But the pressure is going to start mounting as we can see coming in from the southern side of the zone itself, getting ready to shift up once again. And I've got a tingling that it could potentially be just centering. And, oh, yep, there it goes. Moving in, and it is now going to be absolute chaos. But Quarry is going to be another hotspot for teams to try and move into.
Definitely, it's not currently, under constraint. No one owns that spot, even coming through from Ferry Pier. There's a lot of space to work with, but again, still all of the teams clustered towards that eastern side because of the rotation we saw coming through. Blackjack, falling out of cars here. We'll be able to hopefully get that res coming through. And now Cryptics, I mean, they found themselves holding the entirety of Everest, now having to move back in and potentially take a long rotation there into Quarry because, it's just chaos. It is so uncomfortable for these teams to try and find a little bit of a space of their own, as we said. because everyone just seems to be having, you know, the same brain cells here. We're choosing the same spots. We want the same spots for some reason. Even Zero Tolerance and YONKOUS. And now, of course, we see Masters and Blackjack Esports who need to get a little bit of that contention. Oh, 4KT and 1 million right next to each other.
Yeah, and again, you know, talking about teams sharing the same positions, they all, you know, they say great minds think alike, and that is what we are seeing on the screen. But of course, the teams now quickly looking to reposition. 1 million disengaging from that initial approach, rather deciding to rotate further down towards inside. But again, not a lot of options really for them to move up into, because if they move to these compounds just up ahead, they could be bumping right into the team from G3, with the next level teams still holding all the way down on towards that southern side. But a very cautious approach coming in here from 1 million, as they are only rocking 3 players this time around. But it's still going to be a very hairy fight, whichever way you skin it. And I mean, we see the players there from the Super Young Stars as well as Darkness now repositioning themselves to mid-zone, right there on that western side, or eastern side rather, of Quarry. So again, some really good compounds on that region, but it all comes down to those defensive plays and how they can utilize those positions.
I like the change-up coming through from these teams, really just finding, you know, the gaps that were left by the rest of the teams with those initial drops. And 1 million just spotting out Lelouch. They're trying to make their rotation in, of course. Not looking to grow for Blackjack as they want to desperately find a spot, but Lelouch now has to give it up because eFlex just finding points after points of precision and potentially putting Blackjack now onto a duo. We'll see how these shots come through, but it's pain. It's so pain.
It is going to be a little bit of pain, and of course, Lusail also going to be experiencing a little bit of that potential pain as they have the side of Cryptics now rolling in from the western side. Salam, a little bit isolated from the rest of the team. Fortunately, the rest of his teammates not too far away, but also Cryptics not being an immediate threat. They do, however, seem to be looking to rotate a little bit further along that southern edge, coming in from Ferry Pier instead of pushing straight into the unknown, which is going to be that Quarry side. Really utilizing the terrain, as we can see the teams now still having to kind of figure out those good positions to hold in this next shift. And there we go. It centers up beautifully, heading out into the open fields. And this is where Super Young Stars and the players from Darkness now find themselves in a position where they can really leverage the angle they have onto the rest of the zone.
Even next level, they just need to push on a little bit more north, and then they've got themselves a nice open gap. But again, open gaps doesn't mean good cover, unfortunately, for that final zone. Finding ourselves there towards the fields, it's going to be a little bit of a fun time there to try and find some good cover. So cars are going to be a necessity here for just some space to work with. And of course, Super Young Stars, Team Myth, hello, how you doing? Farouk and Broly now finding that one elimination there and looking to get the rest onto Cronboy would be a fantastic start for them.
Yeah, it could be a fantastic start. And of course, what's not going to be a fantastic start is Blackjack getting sent back to the lobby very, very early on, being sent back in that 14th position. But Myth, Super Young Stars are going to be trying to potentially duke it out right here on the edge of that Quarry position. I mean, it's not a really Quarry. It's a little bit further to the eastern side, but still, Quarry not too far away. Lusail also now still having to commit to that rotation, getting further up into Zone Vortex, and the rest of the players here from Zero Tolerance also now coming in with that more southern next level position just up ahead. So definitely we're going to have to see that caution coming through from the side of Zero Tolerance. I'm loving this awareness coming through from Vortex. They spotted something out of place, pulled up the handbrake and said, you know, hang on. Let's first have a look before we just rush up blindly into this.
Oh, absolutely. Just keeping your head on an absolute swivel. And this is what's been important for many of these teams, is these rotations. As they come through, you need to be so vigilant because, again, a team could be lying in wait like Next Level looking to take you out. We saw that happen to Blackjack, and now Zero Tolerance absolutely trying their best to make sure it doesn't happen to them because they need this position, and that's going to be a good start for them. Hey, it's now finding a Czar. This is an opportunity for Zero Tolerance to try push on through as long as Darkness doesn't get involved with that third party. So very, very cautious approach coming through here from Zero Tolerance. They do not want to expose themselves unnecessarily, and they desperately need to find the zone.
But Darkness not being the only threat. 1 million starting to push up from the eastern side once again. They can hear the engagements going off. Meanwhile, Zero Tolerance and the players here from Next Level, they will have to try and conclude this fight as fast as they possibly can. But Zero Tolerance taking a few hits coming in from the off angle as we see Darkness Tornado now just zapping on through, finding some beautiful angles. Skydo and Lord now having to try and figure out how are they going to make their way out of this. They are super exposed in this current position. Of course, Lord trying to lay down the smokes, so he has a bit of an option there to try and just move away. But 1 million now moving in on the opposite end, really pincering down on towards Next Zero Tolerance.
Ooh, and Darkness getting involved with Zero Tolerance as well. So Zero Tolerance, I mean, as close as you get to a Dagwood here, DK. We finally found it, and unfortunately it's a Zero Tolerance Dagwood, which is not what they would have wanted. Skydo and Lord now, the last remaining hopefuls here for Zero Tolerance. They might be awarded a little bit of space, depending on how that zone shift is going to come through, but still heavy engagement from Next Level into taking them out. And Next Level in the same sort of situation. If they make one mistake, if they spend a second longer, they could be finding themselves in dire straits. Look at that zone pool now. Oh, the rotation.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the interesting rotation indeed. And of course, Umbra already having their first initial anchor point set up there by Morteza. But now we got to look and see if the rest of the team are going to come rushing forward. And I'm expecting a lot of the teams on these outlying regions to put a lot of focus into the zone itself. We do see the players from Cryptics. They've already made their way into the center of the previous phase. This time they find themselves over onto the western side. So they are going to be quite a challenging force to go up against, trying to push into this next phase. And we do see the players from Myth already trying to make a push. Zero Tolerance now also trying to assess the situation here, but they have to move. Blue Zone is not going to sit around and wait for them. But Skydo, of course, is not going to settle for it just yet, tries to pick up a few more of those hits. Meanwhile, 1 million now starting to prioritize a few of those rotations.
As they should, because there's going to be a awkward pathing to try and get into safety without getting a couple of bullets flung your way. As we know, very open rotation for them, not a lot of cover to work with. Unfortunately, you're out of trees, you're out of the forest, and you're out in the open. Look at this, Team Umbra and YONKOUS being the prime example of that. PRZ and Morteza now down and out for the count, as of course we see Havlik coming through to get those confirmations. Shadow is desperately trying to get in the action as soon as he possibly can, try and save the teammates. Here come the cavalry, but is it going to be enough? Of course, Havlik just dodging and weaving, trying to find a space between Wasted and Shadowin, but it might not be enough. The angles are running out, and all of a sudden Havlik's HP is also out. So that does mean, unfortunately, YONKOUS find themselves with a solo into this potentially very, very dangerous. Never mind, I didn't say it. I did.
That is just pure chaos, and so unfortunate to see for the players there coming in from the side of YONKOUS. But now, Myth looking to establish some dominance coming in from the northern side. They have Umbra up ahead, but Cryptics positioned, as we can see, over on towards the western side, are going to be putting up quite a bit of a fight as well. And when they establish a good position in zone, they can be absolutely devastating. 1 million also now getting sent back at the hand there of the players from the super young stars, as well as the beautiful assist coming in from the side there of Lusail. But Lusail also facing quite a bit of a challenge, slightly pinned down on towards that southern side. But now Myth, it seems a little bit open. Zone, of course, is going to start shrinking in once again. We've got that blue zone on the approach. It is going to pop. So you can see the spread coming through the zone, looking pretty challenging. Slime 4KT coming in from the north. Up comes a beautiful knock now on towards Storm. Out in the open. You don't want to be there. You want to be in hiding, as we can see the rest of the teams. Everyone now getting down in the grass, looking to just try and ride the storm as long as they possibly can. But with that, of course, Darkness gets sent back as Cryptics come rushing straight up towards them. And up in zone, we've got Umbra and Slime 4KT looking to hold on to their positions.
And of course, Cryptics has been picking up eliminations after eliminations, similar to what we can see with G3 Temper now confirming Masters Esports out, and for the count they go. But a beautiful position for them. They just need to be careful with those third parties coming through, and Zero Super Young Stars actually being the team to potentially gatekeep them out of the zone for a direct path coming through here. Slime 4KT also still in this one with those 3 players left alive. There are so many nades coming through for this one. Oh no, the buggies.
Up comes the rush. G3 getting ready to move in. showing us what they've got. Of course, a beautiful spray down coming straight up on towards 6 God as he gets knocked and picked up almost instantly. G3 now down to 3. Of course, the players there from Slime 4KT still sitting on their 3 players. Plaza, the only one positioned in the zone. Aimer and of course Pronto just trying to inch their way on through. But see Umbra also starting to go to town, leveraging their position over on towards that western side. But this is where the hits will come in now, as we can see Myth now facing quite a bit of a challenge. G3 reaching all the way across that zone. But they have Cryptics right up alongside them. So I'm not quite sure for how much longer Myth is going to be able to survive in the zone. Slime 4KT putting up an absolutely phenomenal play here, defending their position. We did see the players there from Lusail also now getting sent back into the lobby. But look at the feed. It is starting to light up. Slime 4KT coming in with a second breath. Really now trying to step up, trying to close it out, applying the pressure onto the side of G3.
G3 Temper now not in a fantastic position, as we can see with Flacco just barely getting that med kit off and still into this one. Now trying to inch their way forward, but they need to be careful. Here come the third parties here from Super Young Stars, as well as an opportunity for Slime 4KT to push on through and get this team elimination. There we can go. Nashop getting the first one to get taken down, and now Flacco just in dire straits. The connection could be there, and the Galat is going to make it through. G3 Temper out for the count. We're down to 4 teams remaining, and Cryptics, hello, have been picking up points left, right, and center, DK. They've been on an absolute tear coming through from that northern side.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Slime. They're looking so, but it is looking quite challenging for the side of Cryptics. Lazy Boy, super low on the health, trying to send those nades over, trying to pick up Umbra, and of course, success. As Lazy Boy just finds pinpoint accuracy with that. But now, it is up to Cryptics, Slime 4KT, and the Super Young Stars to duke it out for this final winner chicken dinner. Plaza, trying to line up those shots, spotted some movement in the grass, knows that it is a team that they have to try and deal with. But it is going to be a 2v2v3. Unless, of course, we can see that res coming through onto the side of Cryptics. But Slime 4KT, they in it. They could be walking away with a winner chicken dinner. All they got to do is keep the focus. That's all they have to bring in. Plaza now starting to just move that vehicle a little smidgen forward. They've been blessed with zone. Super Young Stars have to push towards them, but they got to be cautious. They have to keep an eye on the players there from Cryptics. You can see Plaza now doing, and they are well aware of the position of the 2 opposing teams. But Senke, he doesn't even need to be in zone. Just put him on the roof. He'll come and shoot down at everybody. But we saw this play coming through from the players of Cryptics on the opposite side of this field just a few Erangels ago. But Cronboy now getting picked up. And this is beautiful for Slime 4KT because it gives them an opportunity to reset, to regroup, and now think of a strategy as to how they're going to approach the push coming through from the side of Cryptics.
The biggest contender right now is, of course, Cryptics, who are snaking their way through the grass, getting closer and closer to Slime 4KT. Cryptics now with a beautiful spread up position here. Senke with that sniper position, just absolutely raining down hellfire onto the resounding teams who are looking just as eagerly to try and get a winner chicken dinner. Of course, this is absolutely prime position here, both for Super Young Stars and 4KT in terms of the potential they can take to those rankings. They need it. Cryptics doesn't, but they would love to take it, of course. They've had a tough time, and they are looking to make a statement here, DK. They have got so many eliminations in their pockets, and they've got so many nades, apparently, as well.
Well, at least for Slime 4KT, this ridge line is paying off quite favorably. But now they can't stay there too long. They have to try and reposition. Plaza, Pronto, they have to separate. They cannot be that close. Otherwise, it's going to be devastating. Shoot these nades from the side of Cryptics. Find their point. With that, Super Young Stars getting sent away. It is down to Cryptics, who are sitting on 14 eliminations, sneaking their way up to the players here from Slime 4KT. Aimer going to be on the front line, but we see that 2-1 split coming through from Cryptics. They should not get too distracted. Convoy is going to try and apply the pressure. But Plaza and Pronto, they need to keep the other angle covered. Here we go. Aimer sends out the molly. Is it going to find the point? It's getting super close. Oh, just narrowly misses it. But Pronto, I'm loving this approach. Moving out. Aimer is fine. That is collateral, at least for the time being. Focus up ahead. Continue to push and try and apply the pressure. Lazy Boy going to come through with a barrage of utilities, sending them in one after the other. Going to be looking for that opening. But Bronto now needs to keep his finger on that trigger. Oh, spot Senke, come on. Finds a few hits. Will he get it? Yes, picks up the one. Down goes Storm. Okay, come on. Bronto down, aim it down. Plaza, everything now riding on your shoulders here, my friend. Let's see whether or not it'll be his own. The grenades come in. Not quite sure if it's going to find the point, but it is a 1v2. Lazy Boy goes down. Come on, Slime. Show us what you've got. Gary Boy just up ahead. This is the performance we've been waiting for. Slime to show us. Plaza up against Gary Boy. It is going to be a 1v1 fight. Cryptics up against Slime for KT. Been waiting so long to say this, and here they are. Slime, one of the final 2 remaining teams in this lobby. Now Plaza just needs to do this one properly. Let's see, will he be able to pull it off? Gary Boy stepping up forward. The shots flying in. Plaza taking a bit of damage, but the same also going straight on to Gary Boy. Up he comes. The rush coming in. Will he be able to get it? Oh, that was so close. Slime for KT coming so close to victory, but what an effort that was. Cryptics, of course, stepping up once again, reminding the lobby that they are not a team to forget about. I mean, stepping up, grabbing that chicken with everything they had. An absolutely beautiful Cryptics execution coming through right there.
Man, I was watching Cryptics on the minimap, just running around, picking up teams as they were making their rotations all the way from that northern side, all the way down south. They were really making a long journey of this Erangel, but they really made it work. I mean, I saw them picking up at 8 eliminations, and that was well before we got into those final zones, so I can't even imagine how many points they picked up there towards the end. But Slime 4KT, absolutely just a shout out to them, because this is the performance we've been needing from them. As we were talking about those rankings, they were looking not too healthy, but now with a performance like this, you can see DK, he's absolutely thrilled to see those shots coming through, and they've been steadily picking it up. They've been prepping for this. They've been ramping up to this point. Unfortunately, just narrowly missing that winner chicken dinner, but still making it to second. That's 12 placement points right there. You've been picking up eliminations. You've been staying active. That is a huge game for 4KT. They have to be thrilled with this.
Yeah, well, they have no other choice, because we are thrilled for them. If they are not thrilled, we'll be super thrilled for them. Pretty sure their supporters are also very, very satisfied with that performance coming through. I mean, that is the play that we've been waiting to see from Slime 4KT. We've seen it in previous events where they possess that ability to step up and just play such beautiful PUBG. And finally, they decided to bring it in this third match. You know, it is never too late to do it, and Slime choosing an opportune moment to do that. But now the pressure is going to be on, because we saw now that they can do it, but now they have to try and replicate that once again, right? We've got 2 more matches to go, and it's a fantastic opportunity for Slime to only strengthen their position on that leaderboard.
I really do want them to. And I mean, we've had 1 million already do that. They went away with, back-to-back winner chicken dinner. Slime 4KT picked up, started picking up some eliminations, especially towards Miramar, and they started showing us that Slime 4KT presence that we know they possess. Now, moving on to the last 2 maps of the day, it would be fantastic if they can replicate that performance and just give themselves that much of a buffer going through into the next week of League Week, and then potentially we might see them in the next Super Weekend, but that's not confirmed just yet. Either way, I'm still looking at next level. We said 1 million. Where's the action? Slime 4KT, where's the action? They've provided it. It's just next level left, but still 2 more games.
Yeah, of course, speaking about 2 more games, let's have a quick look at this last match's highlight. Remind you of how beautiful those plays were coming through from Slime 4KT and Cryptics. Ooh, it was so close. I mean, It was just a matter of moments, right? That's the only separating factor there. So I gotta give it to Slime 4KT. I mean, they held their own so well in these late few phases, just putting up such an absolutely fantastic performance. That's what we want to see. We want to see more of that coming through the rest of today's matches. But of course, let's have a look and see just how many points the teams were able to secure in this last match.
Look, I do want to say, I feel like we've seen this Cryptics before. It was in the League Week, and in the League Week, Cryptics was corralling all of the teams into a very uncomfortable corner, and it looks like they've replicated that today. 32 total points with 17 eliminations on top of that. I thought they were still sitting at 8. Never mind, I can't count apparently, because they absolutely went on a tear towards those final zones and beautifully well-deserved chicken dinner. And as you said, it was very close though, because Slime 4KT, they were 20 points and 8 eliminations. Again, beautiful performance. Very keen to see if they can do it again going into the next match. Similarly, we've got G3 Temper picking up those 8 eliminations. Not the best placement points, but again, those eliminations making the work for them. And I do want to give a shout out again to Super Young Stars, who we've also seen a little bit close towards, that bottom side of the rankings. Of course, just consistency coming through now, picking up those 13 points. They're really helping their own, as well as Team Umbra with the double digits.
Yeah, that's what we love to see. And of course, Myth, right? We saw them sitting quite comfortably on the leaderboard, and they are still consistently bringing in the points. And that, at the end of the day, is what matters. Consistency is key. Finishing with 4 placement points, 4 elimination points, putting them on a very comfortable 8. They, of course, came into this match sitting on 172 points, so things are looking pretty great for them. But now as we move on to that second page, this is where things are looking a little bit on the tougher side for the players there of Team Unique. But, of course, we know Team Unique already having a very strong, secure position on the leaderboard. Blackjack also sitting up very close to... they were at least sitting at the top of the second page coming into the match. So definitely not a worrying position to be in. A lot of things can still change on that. But let's see what changes have come through on the leaderboard as we now make our way up into the overall rankings to see where the teams currently find themselves with regards to those positions. As we said, Team Myth holding on to pole position, 180 points, but definitely a runaway performance with regards to placements. Look at that, 106. Absolutely insane. I mean, they're almost at 200. They are getting pretty close to that one is. But of course, Cryptics, G3 keeping up the pressure. Umbra right there behind them. Unique 1 million as well as Lusail. Also now all of these teams sitting up on towards that 100 points. Breaking up in towards the century. Masters Esports hot on their heels. Sitting on their 94. Keeping their 8th position. But then we get to that second page. Second page, it's where we want to see what these teams have been doing. We saw an absolutely phenomenal play coming through from the side of Slime 4KT, and it is reflecting on the points. They are now just 2 points behind Zero Tolerance. That is what we want. We want to see the teams making it so difficult, because coming into the match, they were several points behind, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Zero Tolerance was sitting on 66. Slime was sitting on 48. But this is what we want to see. We want to see those jumps come in. And one more good game from Slime, that could see them moving up to either the top of the second page or potentially onto the lower end of that first page.
Yeah, and it would be a fantastic performance for them coming through here in the first Super Weekend, because that just gives them a little bit of extra safety, a little bit of extra breathing room going into the next league week, which again, I think is what a lot of the teams are playing for. But of course, that winner chicken dinner, Cryptics making a little bit of a statement there, now picking up those extra $500, and they're going to be very happy with that. And again, we still have 2 more maps of the Super Weekend, and then it's just going to be absolute chaos going through into the next week.
Yeah, it is going to be absolutely crazy. But speaking about crazy, we want to give an absolutely fantastic shout out to Nemo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. Much love going out to them. But I got to say, much love also going out to the teams. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Slime 4KT starting to step up to the plate. And that is what we want. We want to see a continuation of that through the remaining games here today. But before we get too far into that, we are going to be jumping into a quick break while we get our 4th match of the day ready. It is going to be a little bit of that Sanhok action, so stay tuned. We'll see you right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Now, already the teams have been absolutely popping off in our last 3 matches. We saw a back-to-back chicken coming in at the hand of the players there from 1 million, with Cryptics stepping up to the plate in this last Erangel, but we saw such a great coming through from the players there from Slime for KT. I just got to give a shout out to them once again, making us so proud to see them step up, returning and giving us a good glimpse of what they have. I mean, we've been seeing such great things come from them, but of course, this time around, we are making our way over on towards the ever lovely Sanhok to see what the jungle will hold for the teams. A lot of that close quarter engagement going to be coming through as well. So love to see what that will be. But of course, before we go into the match, we have to give a big shout out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, let us know who you think is going to be the team to step up and take away yet another winner chicken dinner. Could it be one of the teams that have already had one? Or could it be a new team? Of course, one of the teams we have sitting right up to the top there is going to be the players from the side of Umbra. Currently up in 4th position. They have not had a chicken dinner. But let us know your thoughts. Let us know on social media. Head over on towards Facebook and Instagram. And hit us up on the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages as to who you think is going to be taking the winner chicken dinner right here over on Sanhok. Now, flight path, as we know, Sanhok doesn't matter all too much. This first phase, that is where it's going to be, and we love to see what the teams will have to work with.
Yeah, I mean, coming over to the 4x4 block radius, that is, of course, Sanhok. Rotation's pretty quick, and that just gives a little bit of opportunity for these teams, especially with a zone like that, which is nice and pleasant for most of the teams that will be finding themselves in their current positions. And again, I do feel like we've been seeing a lot of chaos there on Sanhok, which I love because it just allows the teams to have a little bit more of a spread in terms of those eliminations. As we know, third party is the name of the game on Sanhok, and it allows an ample opportunity for many of these teams, especially towards, that second page of the rankings, to just start chipping away at the ladder that they have to climb.
Yeah, and quite a few ladders could be put up in several interesting positions, right? But I want to see a little bit of that bootcamp action come through. We've got 1 million, we got G3, almost center zone, very interesting position. Of course, Darkness finding themselves up in towards Painan could be quite a favorable spot to have a controlling position within. But we do see the action now starting to unfold further up on towards that northwestern island as the players from Lusail step forward, picking up 1 or 2 eliminations along the way. Well, 1 elimination, but of course, things could change from there. And as we look over on towards Quarry, it is also looking to be a little bit of a pressure cooker there. As we can see, next level, the super young stars, as well as the players here from Zero Tolerance, all getting into a very early engagement right here on Sanhok.
Hot drops. I've missed them. We didn't have them in yesterday's Sanhok, and today that is not the case. Unfortunately for next level, however, because as we mentioned, they're one of the teams that we're waiting for as well. We were waiting for 1 million. We were waiting for Slime 4KT. We've gotten a glimpse of what we need for that. Next level, on the other hand, still have a couple of things that they'd want to accomplish in these last 2 games of the day. As again, it's not over. It's not impossible at all, but it does just alleviate some of the pressure that we take through into the next couple of games, which everyone is aiming to do. And as we've also seen now, Slime 4KT coming off of the bat of an absolutely amazing performance is going to help with that mental game. It's going to help with that momentum, and that is something that Next Level, I believe, could definitely make use of here. So we'll see. They should be able to at least get those res pops off, and then they need to try and approach Zero Tolerance in a fashion that allows them to not only get the eliminations, but also keep moving on in to hold down Quarry.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where the zone's going to go, whether or not Quarry is going to be playable in those later phases. We did see yesterday, of course, the zone pulling closer towards the Quarry side. So it was quite a challenging play for the teams, right? But now this time around, I'm hoping the zone takes a bit of a shift in a different direction, and still a really good spread coming in across the board, as we can see, up in towards Bootcamp. 1 million, they're going to be making their way around. Super Young Stars also starting to venture up towards that hilltop, so we could have a point of interest, a point of contention coming in on that side. But a very, very quiet play coming through from the players of G3, who we saw just on the back of that hill. But here we go now, as the Super Young Stars find themselves in a bit of an engagement here with 1 million. But interestingly enough, Lashin right up ahead, not really having his team right there with him. They are close, but I'd love to see them much closer. And I like this approach coming through from Lashton, rather retreating back to the team instead of trying to be, stay up ahead and take a fight 1v4.
Yeah, no, get the regroup going here and get a little bit of information now. They've poked, they've prodded, they've potentially gotten a little bit of a bite there on the end, but now they need to go fishing for those eliminations, and that starts with having a coordinated approach there towards 1 million, who we know has had a fantastic day, but next level. This is what I wanted to see, finding a confirmation immediately onto Lord. The approach that that I was talking about, this is exactly a good start to that. Now, zero tolerance, down to 3 members remaining, but look at the spread that they have going here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta play the positions, right? Next level, utilizing the high ground. Zero tolerance. There's nothing wrong with the split. We've seen a lot of teams have some beautiful success with splits come through, but it comes down to how you use those splits and whether you can leverage that in your favor. Zero tolerance is spread for me at this time a little bit too spread out.
No, absolutely agree with you. And for next level, the health is not looking too great, so I think some looting needs to happen here. I don't know if there's just not enough medications or maybe some energy drinks to come through here, but they definitely aren't looking too good for wear. Skydo out in the open. Allah is going to be saying, hello, how do you do? Meet my UMP. It likes you very much, and it would like to like you a little bit more if you just want to peek around the corner there. But Gaddafi going down now to Vortex, who are trying to find an angle into this one. And here, you're talking about that split maneuver coming through from zero tolerance. Now, all of a sudden, it turns into a pincer, as long as Azar doesn't have anything to say about that, picking up hates.
Yeah, and with that, Skydo still just slowly bleeding out. Now the pressure is on to Vortex, right? Vortex now having to try and make a play, but what's going to be a little bit worrying is that we see Unique moving in right behind Vortex. So he might be running away from next level, but he's not going to get away from the pincer play coming in right up ahead, as we do see the players there from Unique now, just waiting atop the hill, assessing the situation before they decide to get involved. And this could be quite a bit of a problem now for Vortex, as we do see the sign here of Unique starting to move in. The grenades getting cooked up. Vortex not having many options now, having to vault right back out the window, moving into the next building, but of course running onto the opposite end, where the players from next level are lying in wait.
Vortex, just keep running, my friend. Just keep running. That's all you can do at this moment in time. There's a sea of yellow coming through and a sea of bullets that Skep, will be lying down in wait. Next level down to 2 immediately, thanks to Skep and some disgusting couple of shots there. Wow.
Yeah, that's what we love to see. And fortunately for Vortex, he was able to sneak up in to the quarry itself, right down into the ball. But now, hopefully, this engagement between next level and the players from Unique would kind of distract them away from the fact that we still have Vortex just hiding in the ball, opening up a bit of an opportunity there. But we can see Chills just keeping a very watchful eye on this angle, so there's no opening for Vortex to escape just yet. But this is where next level will now have to try and focus on getting their health bars back up into optimal position, because Unique, they are eager for this, right? They are already sending out the utilities, looking to clear up this hilltop and, take it for themselves.
We know Unique has been a team that's been really proactive with their engagements as of late, especially as of today. We've seen them so active. We've seen them really dodge and weave right up into, the faces of their competitors, and they've been making it work so far. But look about third parties. Team Umbra now pulling up on to the action as it unfolds. And of course, why wouldn't you? It's Sanhok. Third partying is the name of the game. But now, Chills has a good opposition to potentially find PRZ, but the teamwork is absolutely beautiful from Umbra. And I don't know, Unique in a little bit of a position here.
They are in a little bit of a position. Not quite sure if it's a favorable position, but they do have quite a bit of a hard cover to utilize. But all they got to do is now work the position in their favor. But Sleek now also getting traded off there, as we saw Shadowin coming in with a beautiful hit. this is the opportunity for Umbra now to come rushing on forward, and that is what we see. Wasted and SW1D3 taking this opportunity, looking to apply the pressure. And this is where we get to see what YONIQ is capable of, whether or not they can hold off these advances. Umbra are going to be trying to push them as hard as they possibly can. Phantom Chills, both getting picked on up, and now it turns to Scope. Scope, of course, getting spotted down as SW1D3 comes rushing straight on forward. One nade could be sufficient to end it right here for YONIQ, but Scope not going to be backing out of it just yet. Does try to send out a molly, not really finding the point just yet, but here we go. Umbra, YONIQ, they are going to be fighting for control of the edge of the zone.
Oh, and now Skep in a little bit of a situation here. Slyke has managed to, get a little bit closer, but Umbra not letting up on the pressure. I don't know if they have an opportunity here to get the res off in time, because Umbra just lying in wait, waiting for an angle, waiting for an opportunity to just rush up onto those stairs and finally get that. Oh, the molly. The molly is it. That's going to be it. YONIQ out for the count in Sanhok. Unfortunately going out in 16th position. Zero tolerance. Vortex somehow using this to their advantage and getting out of that situation. Now they can rotate on out and be happy that they've managed to survive the onslaught that was Team YONIQ.
Yeah, but of course now, speaking about onslaughts, we've got 1 million and Cryptics bumping into each other. Gary Boy already getting picked off, and now it is down to only Marshall for the side there of Cryptics. Look at this, 1 million looking like it's a Batman or Spider-Man movie or something we're looking at as they just fly all over the place, landing yet another devastating blow. But, I mean, it's a good play for 1 million. We've already seen a beautiful performance so far from them today in our first two matches. And now all they got to do is roll forward with the momentum. But, of course, Slime 4KT, want to see them step it up, want to see them push all the way through to the very end once again. It's all going to come down as to how they implement their strategies and just kind of try and keep the focus on that they were bringing in this last Erangel match.
Yeah, look, 1 million esports, again, I really can't fault them. I feel like their performance that they've been putting on has been absolutely, champion worthy, and I want to see more from them coming through. But of course, so far, they really are making a play for an absolute dominating performance today. Maybe even catching up to Cryptics, as we do see Cryptics now unfortunately down to one member remaining alongside Zero Tolerance. The rest of the team still looking relatively healthy. I say that because we know Sanhok, just absolute chaos. So we'll see those numbers dropping like flies shortly. I do think, though, in terms of the performances that we've seen, I feel like I love this balance that we've seen on Sanhok. We had some, initial hot drops. We had some initial engagements. But once again, that respect is there. That finding that space is there. The teams are taking such calculated, decisions going through into the rest of Sanhok that I feel like a lot of the potential problems that we saw on that first day of Super Weekend, that first Sanhok, has already been resolved. And that that adds and alludes to the performances that these teams continuously keep improving.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of that come through. And I mean, we're only going to be seeing more and more of that as we make our way further and further through the PUBG Mobile Pro League. But for the time being, we do see the players here from Blackjack trying to find an approach to get in. They're coming in from that eastern side. Of course, they have Next Level right up in front of them. But Next Level also now have G3 just positioned on the opposite end. Darkness, smack dab center zone, at least for the time being. But this is where things are going to get a little bit messy. Blue zone is closing in. It's going to start popping up once again. But 1 million holding on to bootcamp, right? So trying to delay that rotation as long as they possibly can before deciding to commit to that. 4KT, however, getting caught out in the blue zone. Not what we want to see. We want to see them stay in the zone because we know this is the ever lovely Sanhok. That blue zone is devastatingly brutal. And now that zone's shifting so far away from them, they're going to have to hope and find an absolutely fantastic rotational path back into zone.
Pulling all the way to there, Nakam, Sami, Sambang, and really favoring the teams here of Myth, Triple Esports, Lusail, even Darkness, who just has to deal with G3 Temper on their back line. But for the rotations for the rest of the teams, it's going to be a fun one to try and navigate this. Now, of course, we can see that rotation coming through from Camp Charlie. It's relatively open. Of course, the teams moving a little bit more western side is going to open that up for a few of the teams like Masters, who've just made their way into the zone right between Myth and Darkness. And again, I do feel like we're seeing a different set of teams coming through, you know, towards the top of that rankings board, which is again just so beautiful to see. We want that. We want more teams showing that competition. We, you know, as much as we do love an absolutely dominating force, we want that competition to really start getting heated. And that's the only way that we can see that happen, is when that's a beautiful spread coming through of chickens, of kills, eliminations, and of these points that we have seen the teams just steadily picking up and making sure that they're giving themselves so much space going into the next week.
Yeah, definitely. Space is going to be absolutely crucial, as we said. There's no certainty as to who we'll be seeing returning in the next Super Weekend. But look at this now. G3 trying to light it up as they've got a nice setup coming in towards Painan. But of course, the players here from Darkness, they've been here since the start of this match, right? They've been just chilling here, lying in wait, looking to see who will dare venture up towards their position. And now next level, trying to make a bit of a play here. We do see two of their players sneaking over on towards that southeastern side of Painan. The rest of the squad are holding those off angles, but this could go either which way. G3 also not a team to mess around with, but we can see Alwani now getting picked up, trying to move down that hillside, and Azar right upside alongside them, but they're gonna have to try and find a good approach in, because G3, they've got these angles covered.
Yeah, and G3 was the team that I was worried about in this little bit of a contention, because they're essentially sandwiched between Next Level and Darkness. So they're the team that I was worried about, but they don't seem to be worried at all. No, they've got it covered. And of course, we do see Team Umbra in the feed. They're just finding a couple of eliminations of their own and making sure that they're getting a couple of points on the board. G3 Temper is still staying very active, looking for Next Level, who have to make a little bit of an awkward rotation. They're not forced to by any means necessary, but if they want to find themselves a little bit more space, especially Azar, then they have to go running down the hill into the crosshairs of G3 Temper, as well as Darkness, of course. I do like the position that 1 million are finding themselves, although they are right next to Slime 4KT.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a risky play. I'm not going to be lying, but I'm also a little bit worried about that position up in towards Painan, right? Zone's going to get ready to pop now. We can see that first knock coming onto the side of G3, and the pressure is starting to mount in the zone, adding insult to injury, shifts all the way down on towards that southwestern side. But this is where Myth now finds themselves in a beautiful opportunity. Blackjack also just on the edge of zone right there alongside YONKOUS. And of course, the players coming through there from the side of Umbra. It is going to be a challenge, but not an impossible play to bring through. But up north, it is going to be so tough, as we saw there. Just absolute insane amount of players, all now ascending, or descending rather, down on towards that zone.
Yeah, Myth have such beautiful control of that final zone. They pretty much have 50% of it to their name, at least in terms of the players that they've got split up. We'll probably see them regrouping shortly, smack bam in center zone, so they can make themselves as many possibilities as absolutely possible. And I mean, with the rotations coming through, YONKOUS still finding themselves in the zone, take a very long rotation alongside Blackjack Esports and Team Umbra, of course. But those numbers, as we can see, you know, with the players still alive in this one, somehow Vortex as well, just to note, is still alive. Just absolutely insane. Triple Esports now Masters. Oh no. Masters being taken out?
Yeah, but they got caught in between Myth, Slime 4KT, and of course, you know, a really challenging position coming through there from the side of Darkness. But Triple Esports now are also coming under some severe fire as they find themselves right up alongside Slime 4KT. That's what we love to see in Darkness, trying to push in from that northern angle. But in the zone, there's still not a lot of options, as that far western side is really where most of the compounds are at, aside from the ones we can see up here in center zone. So definitely the teams will have to try and push their way as far in as they can. But Darkness now just lasering down. Ooh, Plaza. A little bit of a mishap there. That's not the way. That's not where the nade was supposed to be going. But you know, little things like that do happen. But look at this now. G3 coming in behind the players there from Darkness. We can see those shots coming through. So Darkness getting caught in a bit of a pincer between Triple and G3.
Oh, and G3 is looking good to take this one out. Whiskey now remaining alive, not for too long. Never mind, I jinxed it. But I don't know, just Darkness now down to a solo, unfortunately. Maxwell on trying to find an angle into this one, but do you really want to be finding yourself just walking up to G3 and saying, hello, can I maybe just take a couple of eliminations? Not the case here. G3 now making their approach down to that hut, as of course the zone coming through, and Manuel left alive into this one, hiding and hopefully not going to be spotted. But Nacho, we've seen what they can do. Ooh, just right around the corner, might be making this absolutely difficult. Are they in the same building? No, they're not. Okay, I was about to say, oh, can you imagine?
Now they are.
Now they
Now
are.
they are. As
Oh,
Nacho. Oh, Nacho. That is a risky play, my friend. But of course, Slime Pocket coming to the rescue there, finding the head up onto the last remaining player from Darkness. But now the fight continues, right? Zone taking a quick hot shift over on towards that northwestern side. Slime within the zone. Lusail in the zone. We see Myth now starting to pull up from the south there as well. But 4KT, if they can leverage this position, we could see a really good finish coming in there for them. And of course, Storm, where's he at though? I mean, oh, he's all the way in the blue zone. A very, very unfortunate position to be in. But also we see the players there from G3 also now starting to lose out as that blue zone is coming through. Next level, getting sent back. The heads continuing to fly as Myth get picked up as well. But this is, again, not a position we really are too accustomed to seeing these teams playing in. Umbra on the edge of blue, Blackjack in the blue zone, Myth also in and on the edge of that zone, like half in, half out. What is going on?
YONKOUS as well in the blue zone, so far in the blue zone. I don't see how Lewis is going to come into this one, but Myth, as we were talking about them, now finding themselves up against Blackjack Esports, Farouk and Ramsey down and out for the count, and again in the blue, so I don't think we're going to be seeing those reses coming through. Just, oh, look at the chaos happening in zone. Now, of course, 4KT and Umbra, one of the teams closest to the zone, if you just discount Lusail, who just have full control, and they're just lying in wait saying, hey guys, what are you doing? We're waiting for you, come on. But now they need to finish this contention. They have a potential here to keep Umbra out of the zone and keep them out of Sanhok, which of course they'd love to do. Wasted and Shadowin, the last two here trying to fight for Umbra, but of course Myth just right behind them.
Yeah, and of course now Slime 4KT also yeeting their way closer to that zone. But Umbra, I mean, this is like a serious game of cat and mouse coming through. Aimer, Plaza having to try and just make this play here. We did see an absolutely beautiful play coming through from Plaza over on Erangel. Will he be able to showcase that once again? Tries to send out the nade. Is he going to be able to find it? Oh, find some good amount of damage. Umbra super low on health now. Oh, but Plaza getting caught with his hand on the trigger there. Aimer, the last one up for Slime 4KT, sends out the nade, just trying to close it up with Lusail, just playing such a dominating position all the way from within that zone. But look at this now. Oh, Umbra having to try and find their way back on in, coming under fire as Lusail looks to put a stop to that. Aimer now being forced to resort to those meds, and I'm not quite sure whether or not they're going to be able to make it up into zone. Like Lusail having such a controlling position here.
It's a no. It's a no to anyone and everyone right now. That's going to be Umbra. That's going to be Slime 4KT out, right? Who do we have left? We've got Myth and we've got YONKOUS. YONKOUS now resulting to a heal strat because Lewis is off in the blue zone, unfortunately, as well as Momin. The last two players are in the blue zone. Lusail have it. That's it. There's nothing for them to do. It's heal off strats. It's heal off strats.
Well, we have seen some clutch plays come through from players all the way out in the blue zone, right? But I don't think it's gonna be very likely this time around. Myth, Momin maybe could still pick up one or two hits along the way, but it is gonna be, come on, a very, very challenging play. At least gets the knock onto Salam, but it's not gonna be enough. The players there from the side of Lusail step up with their winner chicken dinner locked in, signed, sealed, delivered. That's what we love to see, and absolutely fantastic stuff coming in there for the side of Lusail. That, of course, being their second chicken dinner right here in the Super Weekend.
Hey, look, we were talking about Lusail coming into the Super Weekend, saying, look, they were one of the teams to really just put an emphasis on placement points and rotations. They were the first teams always to get into the zone, get into fantastic positions, and they'd really ride that train up the rankings. Now, I mean, just absolutely gifted to them on a silver platter. Not to take away from any of the work that Lusail did, however, because they were staying proactive, right? They were getting involved in those fights. They were getting involved, like we saw with Slime 4KT and Umbra. They were making it impossible for them to get anywhere. So when the blue zone came through, I mean, Lusail was just sitting back, taking, hey, I like Sanhok. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful place to just sit and watch the chaos unfold.
I mean, what more can we say? That was just so beautiful to see from Lusail, having their numbers pull all the way up in towards that last zone. And of course, we do see those heal strats being applied quite a bit when it comes onto a map like Sanhok. And it's good to see that not being the first choice for a lot of the teams, it is a backup plan, right? And that is essentially what that kind of strategy is. So good to see the teams still keeping it as a backup plan and not making it their main priority, because ideally we'd like to see them try and make it all the way up in towards that zone, and that is definitely what a lot of these teams were attempting to do. But Lusail, they were just, they planted their flag right there, and they were like, you know what, this is our zone. You're not going to make it into this. We will stop you before you even could get anywhere close to that. So big up going out to the players there from Lusail. Absolutely beautiful. Winner chicken dinner being brought in. And of course, nothing wrong with that, right? It's their second chicken dinner under their belt. And that's a good way to kind of go through the Super Weekend. Just raking in those chickens where the opportunities present themselves.
And Lusail has been absolutely key in creating their own opportunities with those rotations that they've been making, the key choices and decisions that they've been applying, especially on a map like Sanhok, which we know is absolute chaos. We know third partying is the name of the game, and they fully understood that. They fully implemented that going into Sanhok, and it's exactly why we see them having such a beautiful performance. Now, I wasn't sure how many eliminations they picked up because we actually didn't focus on Lusail. They sort of just came on through like a very sneaky team and made sure that they were the ones to take that winner chicken dinner. But a beautiful performance.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about how beautiful that is, let's hop into a few of the highlights from this past match. Enjoy. Great to see that play come through from Lusail. I mean, if we look back to their performance we had just yesterday coming in on Sanhok, right, they came second. So they just pushed it that extra little bit further. Going from second place yesterday to taking the chicken dinner today, that is what we love to see. But of course, now we're going to head over into our match rankings to see what the point situation is for the teams after this last match. As we can see, of course, the players from Lusail sitting up there in pole position, 25 points to their name. Myth also keeping up the pressure, coming in with his 3 eliminations in that second place, 15 points. Slime, that's what we want. 15 points in once again, 7 eliminations. Umbra coming in there as well, also 7 eliminations under their belt. I'm loving the pushes, the constant pressure coming in from these teams.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Myth and YONKOUS, who found themselves in a very unfortunate, situation with those rotations coming through. They unfortunately got left in the blue zone, and they managed to, I think there was like 7 or 8 teams left, and they managed to jump all the way from that into 2nd and 5th position respectively. So beautiful work coming through from them. But I mean, second page, right? So this is where we start to talk about it. Also, shout out to Next Level picking up 7 points. There's a little bit of something there. There's a little glimmer that we're seeing. What is the second page?
Names and numbers.
Yes, no, we love names and numbers, but what are the names showing us? It's showing us G3 Temper, it's showing us Cryptics, Blackjack Esports, Masters Esports, Team Unique on the second page. Unfortunately, not having great success there on Sanhok, which again, competition level, DK, it's ooh.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's tough. Don't get me wrong. This is a really, really tough one. I mean, the lobby making it so challenging for each other. But of course, now there's a little bit of an interesting development we see coming in to our overall rankings as the teams are still raking in those points. But if we look at that pole position, Myth, Now, being only 5 points away from getting up into 200 points. I mean, again, their consistency with regards to placement is absolutely key for them. Look at that, 118
Oh.
points. So that shows that they have been, they just found that thing that clicks for them, right? Because they keep on finishing with good placement points and they just rake it in. But of course, we do see Cryptics, G3, still pretty close contention there with each other. Lusail also looking to add a little bit of flavor into this. But of course, we've got Umbra hot on their heels, 1 million esports, Team Unique, Masters still getting pretty close to breaking it up into that century. Unfortunately, not accomplishing it off the back of this last match, but definitely still a really strong push coming in there from them. But as we look onto second page, this is where we see even more changes coming in.
Oh,
Slime 4KT, yes, moving up. They're all the way up into 13th place now.
I love to see it, and we said it was one good game after their previous second position poll that we saw there on a Erangel. Coming through now, 83 points, and I mean 5 points away from darkness. They can keep pushing the envelope here, and of course, if you take a look at 9th place, I mean we saw Masters there, I believe, sitting on 97, Blackjack sitting on 94, 3 points difference, and they could be finding themselves, for maybe 4 points difference, and they could be finding themselves on that first page depending on how these next games go. Same with YONKOUS, also finding themselves in 90 points. Super Young Stars so close, and you can see that the gap between the teams is minor. There's such a minor change that could come through, and it could completely shake up what these overall rankings look like on our super weekend. So one more map, DK. One more map for these teams to get some points, to shift up those rankings and get themselves a fantastic start into the next week of league play, which of course is what they all want. They want a fantastic start. They want some momentum behind them.
Yeah, I mean, so what's going to be so essential is this final match is going to be that last attempt at teams to bring in the necessary points, looking to secure themselves very much so on the leaderboard. And we got so many teams to also breaking up into the hundreds, those triple digits. I mean, we saw now Masters 3 points away, Blackjack 6 points away, YONKOUS 9 points away. So things are getting so close. But even on that second page, I mean, if we look at the performance that Slime has been bringing in now, one good game from them once again, we could see them breaking it into the hundreds. And that is what we love. Teams continuously keeping each other on their toes. And it's going to be a beautiful play all the way across the board. But of course, speaking about beautiful plays, we have to also give a beautiful shout out there to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. And well, that is what S Proxy was busy pointing at towards. But yeah, absolutely fantastic things. Super excited to see what this final match is going to bring. And without much further ado, we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. I'm curious, what kind of preparations did you do before coming to the PMPL?
Before the competition, we did preparation scrims as well as African leagues such as the PUBG Mobile Algeria League, and it was really good. It was a really good preparation, and I think with this type of practice we can make a good performance in the PMPL.
Looking back, Erangel has been a really good map for you guys in the past. Now, what could we be expecting to see for you coming into Miramar and Sanhok?
Yes, Sanhok is a very unpredictable map, so we do the med strat, where one of us stay behind the zone, the other move. And Miramar is a bit difficult because we play a little bit edge, so we struggle a bit with the hard shifts, with zone hard shifts. So, like you said, Erangel is our best map.
Look forward to seeing what potentially could be coming for you guys on Miramar and Sanhok. Now, also looking back a little bit, right? You've had 12 top 5s out of 16 matches played in the previous PMCO full split for Africa. Now, that is absolutely insane to have a kind of track record like that. Now, how has the experience that you guys have gained in the MENA and South Asia Championship kind of shaped you in preparation for this PMPL?
Our performance in the PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship wasn't that good because in my opinion, we didn't prepare very well for the tournament, and we also had ping issues, but that's not an excuse. Our song was really bad, but I think we gained experience because we played against strong teams such as Enigma Galaxy and Cryptics. So I would have to say that we gained some experience and we will apply to the next tournaments.
Well, it's good. At least you guys have made progress and you've advanced yourself. Now, I've got a trick question for you. What would your catchphrase for your team be?
I would have to say at the end of each match, like if we win the match, we say like in the end, it's YONKOUS or it's YNK at the end.
Hello and welcome back to our final match of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Super Weekend 1, right? This is the last play. This is the final match out of all 3 days. And after this, we're going to be seeing where these teams are seated after an absolutely amazing Super Weekend. Of course, next up, we are going to be heading right back into Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing in for this final showcasing over on towards the lovely map even, which is Erangel. So is any expectations we have coming into this one? Because you know, a few interesting things that we can see now looking onto the plane.
Yeah, look, that plane has just decided to take off the entire western part of Erangel and just be like, you know what, we don't give the western side enough love. We had one zone this way, let's see what else we can do. So I mean, Georgia Pool open, Gatka open, Hospital open, you know, all very, very close to one another, but we'll be interested to see how that zone is going to pull. I do really want to see what Cryptics is planning, because we just see a dominating performance coming through from them, of course, on Erangel, and Slime4KT so close to doing exactly the same thing. And now with that momentum that they've gathered from the second Erangel we saw today, they might just take this. And I mean, they had a fantastic Sanhok, they might just take this Erangel.
They very well could be taking exactly that. So you know, there's going to be a lot at stake here. The team's having to step it up and bring it in as far as they possibly can. But from what we've been seeing so far, the team's really showing some, you know, some strong ways of making their way on through. And I'm quite hopeful that we're going to be having a very, very entertaining play as far as we can go. But, you know, now it's up to the teams, right? They've got that zone all the way over towards the western side. And now they've got to bring it all together. Show us what it is that they're going to be bringing to the battlefield. As I mean, the entirety of the eastern side of the zone is completely open.
Yeah, because it's not, what is this flight path and zone combination going through? Hello, Erangel? What are we doing here? But okay, so a little bit of love once again for the eastern side. You know, we started today with an eastern side Erangel zone. We're ending off the day with an eastern side Erangel zone. So, ooh, gonna be a fun one. I do like some of the positions we're seeing here. Once again, Masters, next level, no changes there. Oh, Broly? Morteza? Did you guys just like high five and leave each other away? What? Okay. No? Cool. I love that. Look, respect, okay? We're gonna let each other set up, and then we'll fight each other a little bit later. So, yeah, Masters, next level, no change whatsoever. They still find themselves there on towards that military base. Again, might take a little bit more of an eastern side approach this time around. Maybe an early rotation there towards Milta Power. The rest of the teams, I mean, I'm seeing G3 and Gatka, finally.
Yep, they're definitely all the way over in towards Gatka because they had no other choice. Is the flight paths are looking so challenging, but the rest of the teams definitely starting to bring in those rotations. Right, next level, the players there for the Masters, nothing out of the ordinary. Hopping straight down in towards that Sosnovka Island, we see Masters looking to push all the way to that far off angle, all the way up in towards Novo, and then of course 1 million. Moving right back up in towards Malta, right? That is where they drop. That is their home ground. That is their spot. And that is where they're going to go come hell or high water. That is where we'll see them head all the way over in towards. And of course, Knight just quickly making sure that they've got 4 vehicles to rotate through up in towards that Malta position. Not that there's anyone really looking to stop them. But if we look up in towards the side of Zaki, we see the players here from Blackjack with a very, very northern adaptation coming in from them, and not a position we see them move up into all too often, but definitely no surprise because, you know, that's kind of where the flight path was. So the adaptations are definitely being applied here. We also see a little bit of a change up coming through as we head further down on towards the south. You talked about the players there from G3 pulling up in towards Gatka, but of course Cryptics having their home ground up in towards South George, with the players there from Lusail positioned up in towards North George. So there's a lot of normality for the most part in the zone. But now we got to look and see how those teams that did not find themselves in their ideal positions are actually going to try and rotate up. But one thing that I'm noting is that Flacco...
I was just about to say.
Yeah, he's
Hello?
feeling a bit brave here. I mean, he went all the way up to the north by himself.
Right next to Team Unique. I don't know. Look, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they're gonna do there. Maybe maybe there was a little bit of a disconnect going through. I'm not too sure. We'll see if Flacco's going to come right back in and regroup with his team. I do like what 1 Million have done. Of course, they haven't really changed up their position, and because of that, they find themselves smack bam center zone. Whereas G3 Temper, this is the first time we've seen them on Erangel actually taking that Gutka route. You know, they're leaving alone farm. They're leaving 1 Million alone for the time being. So that is a prime opportunity here for 1 Million. Darkness now and Triple finding each other and saying, how is it going? You know, let's handshake. Maybe not. Let's just throw a couple of bullets at each other. But good start here for Triple. Might engage that a little bit further. You can see Moman very, very low. Master right up close and personal.
Yeah, nothing wrong with being up close and personal. Of course, now Master trying to cook up the nade as he's prepping it up, trying to send it on through. But Triple Esports coming in with a almost unified approach onto the players here from the side of Darkness. But all they got to try now and do is push, apply the pressure, and clear it out. Because, I mean, both teams sitting on a full squad, but a beautiful spread coming in here. DMX getting traded off there as Whiskey sends out a nice chunk of grenades there. But look at this. Whiskey now picking up yet another knock. And with that, it is absolute brutality as Darkness starts to roll on in. And it is only one player now left for the side of Triple. But look at this. Whiskey just having a little bit of sip of... you know, those elimination points, just making sure everything's going to go nice as Thor now needs to keep on rolling a little bit further away, looking for another potential spot to call home for the time being.
Look, I guess if there's anyone that you do want as the last remaining hopeful, give it to Thor. They've had plenty of experience within the league week, within the super weekend, as the last remaining hopeful here for Triple Esports. So we'll see what they can do coming into this one. Now that zone shift pulling on through, you can see the rotations being made. I do not see Flacco moving. So I think we know what happened there. Either way, Blackjack Esports as well, moving on through right past Lusail. Cryptics haven't yet made the push through, and Super Young Stars coming through all the way from Primosk. So some fun rotations for some of the teams here, and it's now the point of, okay, where do we make that investment? Main Island or Military Island is the question here for Next Level and Masters Esports, which we can see, of course, they know. They've been doing the same pattern the whole day, even potentially the whole weekend. So meeting up at their favorite spot, at their favorite joint, you know, maybe sharing a drink and just trying to decide how they're going to take this rotation through.
Well, we'll see. And as you said, drink level. Allah just there dropped a molly, so that was almost, you know, that was almost perfect. So, but we'll have to wait and see what's going to be happening between Masters. I mean, we know Sin deadly accurate when it comes to those utilities and even the finding that scope in a good position. And we see a bit of that off angle play coming through from Bamboo on the opposite end. Also quite a devastating player there. But now, I mean, Super Young Stars rolling in from this western side. We could potentially see them pulling up right behind Myths, but a lot of a few delayed rotations coming in from several teams now starting to migrate in from that western side. Northwestern side particularly going to be quite challenging. But of course now the players here from Cryptics, they're going to be stopping along the way, right? Trying to tap away at Lusail as all these teams are starting to make their way on in. Can't really fault Cryptics for just wanting to say hi to a few people. You know, that's kind of what they do. They just, you know, try to avoid those early engagements for as long as they can. They are, of course, a team that like to prioritize their rotations a little bit more. We don't really see them fighting in the early stages, really saving that for a little bit later on, unless, of course, they have no other option. But now, speaking about options, Myth are going to be pushing up right in alongside Nacho here.
Nacho, I'm so sorry. You had the entirety of Myth just gunning for you, and they did exactly that. So G3 going to be down to 2 players remaining. I know it says 3, but Flacco is out in the blue zone all the way there towards shooting range. So 6 God, Baden, you're going to have to hold the line here for G3 Temper as they make the rotations in. And look at the rotation choices that these teams have to make, DK.
Again, it's not too aggressive though, right? It's a nice, comfortable shift coming in. The teams can kind of just continue on those pathways that they were already on. But 2 teams that have to bring in a little bit of an alternation to that is going to be YONKOUS and Umbra. Both teams fighting for control of this compound here. We've seen several teams before fighting for control of this compound, and it is a compound worth holding. Looking at its position within the zone, so close to center zone, could really set up a team so beautifully for a potential move up the hill. But Lewis now holding that angle, trying to see if he can maybe bring in a little bit more of a Overwatch potential play from there. But this is where YONKOUS now are looking to just bombard Umbra with those utilities. You can see SW1D3 getting taken down, and now it is up to Wasted and PRZ to try and hold up this frontline play.
A little bit of a close shave there that we saw coming through with those nades, but here come the onslaught from YONKOUS. They want the eliminations. They want this team. That is, of course, unfortunately, Team Umbra going out in 16th position with no eliminations to their name. So a bit of a bubble going through for them on the last map of Super Weekend. Either way, though, here comes Super Young Stars. They decided, you know what, we're going to get involved. You know, you took out Umbra. So let's see if you can take the same with us. Now, holding the line, holding control of the building, right up aside YONKOUS. And Nade's just narrowly missing their point.
Yeah, but it is going to be another pressure situation as the Super Young Stars also going to be looking to roll on through. Both these teams, of course, side by side currently on the leaderboard. Only 3 points separating these two teams. And so far, Super Young Stars not having any confirmations locked in just yet. But of course, Team Mist now getting sent back into the lobby. It does seem like they are getting sent back with 3. So 2 points away from breaking into that 200. So close. But now, YONKOUS already 4 eliminations under their belt, right? They're going to be looking to be picking up 4 more. That is, of course, if the Super Young Stars are going to be allowing that.
I don't know if they're going to be allowing anything right now. As we know, they've been under a little bit of pressure in these last few days to get up some points. So if they have any opportunity, of course, they're going to take it by the horns. Now, GG next, prepping a potential huge nade if they can find the angle there onto Kronby and Lashin, but instead holding that trigger could be a potential beautiful flanking position for them for the rotations coming through. And Kronby up close, it burns, fire is at your feet, and NNN7 is going to say it's fine, have a nade to boot. Now YONKOUS holding the line, still very wary there of that wizard tower, because of course T'Challa is sitting lying in wait trying to get involved here. Now confirmations coming through, Super Young Stars have pulled up towards the building trying to find an angle into the entryways, but they are getting bombarded with the angles that YONKOUS are holding. They've got a beautiful line of sight, they've got beautiful crossfires, but Lashin has got some beautiful aim to hit on right back.
Yeah, and this is now going to be absolutely crucial for Super Young Stars if they're looking to leapfrog up ahead of YONKOUS. But Charlotte are trying to rush on in. Where am I going? The players here from YONKOUS looking to pick up those hits. Up they come Lashin, trying to find that angle in 7. Just patiently waiting right there at the door. Chala, of course, getting traded off. Darko, the next one to step on up. Will the hits come through? It is going to be a very risky jump coming in there. But Lashin holding up the defenses right on that balcony. And beautiful angle right down on towards the players there from YONKOUS. But Cryptics also still on in, so they better be super careful. But this is now a great opportunity for the Super Young Stars to get that opportunity to quickly reset. YONKOUS trying to get those heals in. Darko goes down. It is up to Lashin. It comes rushing down the staircase. Will we see that push now come in? It is looking a little bit open, but up comes the spray. Lashin just going to town. And it is going to be Lazy Boy now sneaking in from behind as YONKOUS gets sent away. Super Young Stars not out of the pressure just yet. Cryptics coming in for a little bit of that third-party action. Lashin holding on super strong, finds the first knock. Gary Boy getting traded off, but unfortunately Lashin will not survive to tell the tale.
I was shivering in my boots here for Super Young Stars because I immediately saw Cryptics just make a beeline all the way to their doorstep. Now, same can be said for Darkness, pulling up right alongside them. Not sure if they'll stop and actually get involved in the action here because they've seen what the feed looks like. They've seen what's been happening. Now, of course, that zone shifting towards Milta Power means that we do see the teams of, of course, G3 Temper, 1 Million, who've just had a fantastic confrontation there with Team Myth. I honestly thought it was going to go the other way around, just managing to narrowly make sure that they survive that and pick up a couple of eliminations to boot, are going to be finding themselves up against next level with Masters just putting up right behind.
Yeah, a little bit of a delayed rotation coming there from the side of Masters, but better late than never. They are going to be looking to push forward now. And we do see in the feed, of course, that Blackjack and the players there from Storm, or rather Slime 4KT, are having a bit of an exchange. But down on this western side, next level, 1 million, with the potential addition of the Masters. Could be a little bit of a hot seat. We also see Darkness and Cryptics now starting to push in as well from this western side. Center zone looking a little bit different. As you said, G3, unique, holding that position. Looking very relaxed, at least for the time being. But the pressure's definitely going to be on right on this western front. 1 million, going to be looking to replicate another amazing performance.
I do love the position that they're holding here. I mean, if any of the teams make that coastal line, rotation, especially like we can see Allah just in the water hiding for the time being, that does mean that 1 million have an opportunity to just, throw a couple of shots into the water. Oh, Allah, you need to be careful when you're taking some breaths here. But they are down to a duo. So, I mean, at this point, they want to pick up as many points as they can, and that at the moment might only be through eliminations. We'll see how they move on through into the rest of the zone. Of course, Masters pulling up on the backs, unfortunately, of next level, with Darkness just alongside them, and the continuation of contentions and engagements just keep moving on as that zone shifts towards Milta.
Yeah, things are not going to get easy. I mean, looking at that insane shift now, this western side is going to be where a lot of the confrontations are going to be coming from. But of course, we look to see how these rotations will make their way in. Cryptics looking to push in. Are they going to divert to that southern side? It does seem like the players from G3 are looking to set themselves up on towards that far coastal edge. But the Masters now deciding to start their rotation, looking to see if they can find a good approach. Next level are going to be trying to pick up a few of those hits. Of course, the players there from Darkness just yeeting themselves right down on towards that coastline, potentially all the way into the water. But look at this run now. Masters trying to rotate along that northern side, trying to play the long game as they trying to evade those bullets coming through from the side of Next Level. But Next Level also now realizing that, like, we have to move. Right, we can't stay here for too long, as the blue zone is about to start moving up as well, and they are quite some distance away from that next phase. But Lusail are going to be on the receiving end here as Cryptics now start to move in right on this western edge.
Oh, I love the positions that some of these teams are taking. Of course, Lusail finding themselves in a position here as Masters come crashing in, literally, with Ban and Angelo here inside the building, looking for Wanted's head, especially just to help them get a little bit of space into the zone. Angelo, you need to be careful. Those nades are absolutely lethal. This time, unfortunately, getting a little bit of a taste of their medicine is Masters with these nades and bombardments coming through from Wanted, who are looking, looking for something.
Oh, unique with a beautiful opportunistic play coming in right there. But of course, now Lusail going to be looking to hold strong over on towards the side of the zone. I mean, the Masters, yeah, they've been hit with several nades in their direction, but it's not been enough to stop them pushing forward. Of course, we do see
Payback.
Wanted now getting picked up, but now Salam, Trump, and Boyka holding onto their compounds, right? They still have that threat coming in from the players of Cryptics, right? Cryptics is still in the mix. And they're going to start mobilizing themselves pretty soon. As you can see, those vehicles starting to light up right there in the background. But now the thing comes is where they're going to rotate towards. So you can see there's a big open section on the map currently, and Cryptics now starting to make a run for it. Are they going to try and push all the way over on towards the coastal side? We do have that road also just cutting through the zone. Several options for them here, but they could also just be utilizing the terrain that we see just on the side of Lusail.
Oh, I love the opportunities for these teams, but also the engagements that they have to take are going to be a little bit difficult. So Boyka now trying to get through to get that res onto Salam. They definitely want as many players as they possibly can into this final zone, because it's going to be difficult. It really is. The pathing that they have to take, it's not a good one. It's not a fun one. And of course, we have our favorite duo of 1 million and G3 Temper right alongside each other towards that southern part of the zone. Now, with the shifts coming through, we might be seeing a very awkward engagement, as there's a lot of open space there towards Milta Power. There's an opportunity for Lusail and Cryptics and Unique and now Next Level. A fantastic opportunity for Next Level actually to hold the line and keep G3 and 1 million out of the zone and pick up a little bit of something. I don't want to jinx them.
Well, I don't know. It's a little bit too early to say, right? We still got several teams left in the lobby. Of course, 1 million and the players there from G3 now having to come in with a rather difficult decision as to how they're going to try and rotate on up. But here we go. The players from Cryptics now pushing in towards Lusail, challenging them for their building. Trump missing the opportunity, but of course, gets another great chance to put a few hits in. Unfortunately, it's not going to come through as Lusail have been sent right back. The Masters trying to make a play from that northern side. Unique looking absolutely fantastic in their spot that they've got up in towards that northeastern region. But now, the rest of the lobby, they're going to have to try and move in. They still have 9 teams left. But look at this. The Masters feeling that pressure as Cryptics come through with the sprays. Oh, 1 for 1 so far. It is Bamboo. And now also Angelo getting traded off. Sin getting caught out in the open. Down goes the head up onto Woodson again with a beautiful pinpoint accuracy. Ban coming under fire. Not the best place to be, especially going up against Cryptics. But here we go. Sin now trying to get that raise up on towards Angelo. Will he be able to pull it off? As we can see, Cryptics being absolutely relentless as they now start pushing forward, sending out those utilities. They want to blow the players there from the Masters away, sending them right back into the lobby. But of course, the Masters are going to be stopping just yet. But look at that. Sin gets traded off, and with that, Ban puts up a great defensive play. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Cryptics come through with the squad wipe. 11 eliminations to their name. But of course, the zone continues to heat up. Next level pulling up right up alongside 1 million. We did see G3 a few moments ago also getting sent back into the lobby.
Oh, and who's going to be the next one? Is it going to be Next Level or 1 million Esports? Again, as I said, for Next Level, crucial position they find themselves in, a crucial opportunity that lies ahead of them. They just need to be able to take it, and that's going to start with taking out the duo here of 1 million Esports, who are scrambling to try find that angle here on towards Azar. But where is the rest of the team? You can focus on Azar all you like, but there's still 3 players left of Next Level. We do see Slime 4KT getting taken out in 7th position, and of course, this is going to be in chaos for the rest of the teams. Eflex now in a position here with a beautiful angle onto the remaining side of Next Level, but it's going to come down to when they make their move, because of course Cryptics now getting involved with the third parties, throwing a couple of shots, and again the zone blessed for Next Level. But look at their health, look at what they have to work with here. They're under so much pressure.
Yep, there's a lot of pressure about to come down here. I mean, at this point in time, Next Level, they have to ensure that their health bars are where it's supposed to be, right? 1 million trying to come in from this edge position. But once the players here from Next Level and 1 million are solidified in their position, they can turn their attention north. Because we can see so many more teams still having to push in. There's 4 teams having to relocate back up into Woodzone. It is going to be Blackjack, Unique, Cryptics, as well as the players coming in from the side there of Zero Tolerance.
Oh, okay. So let's take a look at this one. 1 million Esports still holding the Wizard Tower beautifully, very close to zone, but not quite yet. Next Level on that ridge line in zone, but again, getting punted from the left-hand side there of course, Cryptic, who have just moved into zone with a beautiful rotation thanks to Marshall. Now 1 million taking this opportunity to just get closer and closer to Next Level while they focus their efforts toward Cryptics. This could be a potential end to Next Level. Zero Tolerance are pulling on through, but not without any losses, as Team Unique holding the line, holding that rotation. Look at Dexter, he's so close.
Oh, this is just absolute craziness. Next Level putting up some really, really strong defensive plays here. Even 1 million holding strong, but we did see the players here from Zero Tolerance have come rushing forward. Unique moving up right alongside them. It is going to be absolute chaotic as both these teams fight for control, and it is now down to Hates, who doesn't have any health left on that health bar. Unique picking up some much needed points there. Oh, absolutely fantastic to see. And with that, we now have 5 teams, right? Only 5 teams. Hates still alive, some way, somehow, managing to sneak his way up into the vehicle, sends out a cheeky nade, finds a little bit of damage. They have not cleared that vehicle.
What?
I mean, look at this. Hates. What is, like, this is crazy.
Winky,
oh, Winky,
Winky,
maybe.
please.
Oh my goodness, this could be such a devastating play coming in for Unique.
My brain does not understand what the hell is happening here. Zero Tolerance is still in this. Winky, I thought saw Hates, but Hates has the next level vehicle play that we haven't seen up until this moment, hiding in the smoke, hiding in the vehicle and not being spotted. Team Unique think that the damage is coming from ahead of them. They think that someone else is applying the pressure. Meanwhile, Hates, with the absolute solo play of a lifetime. Winky, did we see Winky? Yes? No, okay. It's fine. We'll come back to that later. Let's turn our attention now to 1 million esports being taken out in 4th place. Zero Tolerance with Hates, of course, is still in this. Cryptics, next level, in a beautiful position. The most numbers we've seen in this top 4 for them, but they need to deal with Team Unique pulling up alongside them, getting that confirmation onto L1. Now Gaddafi next align, and they are getting punted left, right, and center by every single team trying to find an angle.
Except Zero Tolerance, which is still just chilling in the car. Hates now only needs to try and move that vehicle forward, but next level not coming under pressure there as we see Cryptics picking up a few of those knocks. I mean, Hates just next level. That is like a 2,000 IQ play coming in there from Hates, sitting in the back seat. And of course, you know, that vehicle really just being so favorable. But now Winky coming under pressure. Oh, I mean, Winky came so close to spotting Hates. I mean, Hates was even hanging out the window, but Winky unfortunately did not see that, and that provided an absolutely fantastic opportunity now for Hates to step up and find that confirmation. 6 eliminations for the side there of Zero Tolerance. Look at this now. 2v2, v2, v1. That's all we've got. The final 4 teams. Unique trying to make their push in from that southern side. Of course, the zone shifting up in favor of Cryptics, as well as slightly onto the side of next level. But Hate's now going to try and blaze a way through. Unique right there alongside him. Both teams going to have to try whatever they can think of to get themselves secured into this next phase. Blue zone is going to start just inching them forward. Cryptics could have a line of sight on towards Hate Scope. Now going to try and come running in right behind him. Oh, spots him out. And oh, no.
What?
Down he goes.
No.
Hate's getting set ablaze, and unfortunately down he goes. Oh, but Scope getting traded off. It is now up to Sneak to try and hold on. But let's see. I mean, this can still swing either which way. Cryptics just utilizing the hard cover they have up in towards the north. The zone about to pop up once again. But look at this. Cryptics just hugging the edge of zone. Such a beautiful setup.
A beautiful setup indeed, and maybe the only normal setup we've seen so far. Cryptics now coming in from that northern side, trying to apply the pressure onto Team Unique, who are down to 1 member remaining, and next level still in this one with Allah and Gaddafi, who are not looking to hold it, but look at this from Slyke. Oh, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let's just take that beautiful spray and make sure Cryptics are sent back to the lobby. Next level, down to 1. Unique, down to 1 as well. Gaddafi versus Slyke. It's a new one-on-one that you haven't expected, that you haven't been seen up until this point. Gaddafi now pushing on forward to the line, looking for Slyke, and a beautiful line of sight here for Team Unique to potentially take that winner chicken dinner. It all comes down to the timing, of course. The cover is not complete. The hard cover, that car is going to blow up. Slyke has to make a move here, tries to pull up to the side, tries to find an angle onto Gaddafi, and here it is. I can't believe it. But next level coming through on the last map of Super Weekend to make a statement here, DK.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. That is what we've been waiting for next level to step it up. I mean, that was almost a copy, a replica of what we saw coming through from Unique just yesterday, right? Sneaking that chicken dinner in right at the very end, and they just pushed so hard. But next level just one up them. They took it to the next level. They brought the chicken in, and that is one of the most deserving chicken dinners we've seen so far. We've been waiting for the players there from next level to step it up, take it to that extra bit further, and they did. They got it, they locked it in, and now we could see them taking quite a bit of a jump on that overall leaderboard. So absolutely fantastic stuff. You can't even write this, right? This is just so amazing to see.
Look, I don't care what happened. I was going to say Zero Tolerance. They have an MVP, and that's going to be Hates, right? Hates, I hope you clip that, okay? Just somewhere, go post that, because that was ridiculous coming through. And a beautiful play from a lot of the teams. I really like what Next Level are doing. We said it. there was an opportunity. The zone came through. Then they were zone placed again. Then they still had to make that fight against 1 million. They made that confirmation eventually come through. They were getting pressured from Cryptics. They were getting pressured from Team Unique. But they still made it work. And they just survived up until the end. I mean, with a sliver of HP, but they made it work.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. But of course, we do have a few of those highlights on the way once again, just to get a few glimpses of the insane PUBG we saw coming in on this final match. But of course, that was our final play, right? The last match on the last day of the very first Super Weekend. So now we got to see where these teams have gone to. But of course, before we get into any of those, we first have to make our way through those highlights, just to remind the viewers of the beauty we had unfolding on this battlefield. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But, this makes me so excited is because, I mean, we had the league play absolutely on fire, and it just went up exponentially to the nth level, coming right here in towards the Super Weekend. I mean, day 1 on fire, day 2 even more insane, and then we get into the final day, which is just in a completely different universe of itself. So, well, before we get too far into that, here are some of the highlights. Enjoy them. Oh, I mean, that was so beautiful to watch. You could even hear Yusuf there in the background just going absolutely crazy when Sly came in with that beautiful hit right down on towards the side there of Cryptics. I mean, that was amazing. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. It was absolutely an amazing play. But again, got to give it there to Hates from Zero Tolerance. That was some really cheeky, sneaky strategies coming through right there. But well, now we got to take a look to see what our match standings look like. How many points these teams were able to bring in this last match. And then we're going to have a look to see what that overall leaderboard looks like and just how much of a change we've been seeing coming through here. Of course, Cryptics coming in with those 24 points, sitting up there right at the top. Team Unique with the 11 eliminations, just 3 behind Cryptics, but of course sitting on 23 points. And then next level, bringing in those very much needed points. 20 points locked in and sealed. Absolutely fantastic stuff to see.
And Zero Tolerance, we know why they're there. We know exactly why they're there. And the name of the game is, of course, Hates, with an absolutely ninja-like performance coming through in that final zone, just in the nick of time, making sure that they were covered. And just beautiful vehicle use that they showed there. YONKOUS, Blackjack Esports, and Slime4KT. Yeah, look, picking up those points. That's the consistency that we want to see. We've been laying down the law, especially with 1 million Esports, who have just made an absolutely beautiful showing coming through today with those 10 points. Those double digits are really helping them climb the overall rankings. Going through to the next page, unfortunately, these are the teams that did not have the performance they wanted to on the last map. Of course, last opportunity for them in the first Super Weekend to really pick up what they could. But it's all right. Some of the teams, I mean, especially like G3 Temper, like Team Umbra, Masters, they've already made a statement, especially Team Myth, who are, who have been our poll leader. We'll see what it looks like when we get to those overall rankings, but they're fine. They don't really need to worry. We're going to go into the league week, and then we're going to see how the pressure is being applied. But here are those overall rankings.
Yep, absolutely fantastic stuff to see, of course. Myth up in pole position still, no change, 198 points. But of course, Cryptics, now really applying the pressure. I mean, they came in a little bit earlier today, sitting on 159 points, but now look at where they are, 183, making an absolutely beautiful jump coming in, after this past match. So this is what we love to see. Teams continuing to push on forward. Of course, G3 Temper still up in that third place. Unique, harder on their heels. But now as we move over on towards that second page, this is where we see things looking up and up. I mean, next level, chicken dinner, that's what we want. But of course, 58 points on board. It's still a good spot, right?
Yeah. Look,
I mean, that's 58. That is, and it's only the first super weekend. There's still 2 more super weekends to come. So they got to work. They got to work. We'd love to see them come back to super weekend again. But now making their way up into the second week of league play, it's going to be hard work. A lot of grinding for teams to secure those slots to move into that next super weekend once again.
Yeah, and next level can ride the momentum of getting that extra $500 in their bags for their overall winnings. Either way, whichever way you look at it, next level just making a beautiful, beautiful end to the first super weekend. So first 16 teams, they've had the opportunity to pick up some points. Obviously, we don't know who's going to be coming through the next super weekend, and that's going to be determined by the league play that's coming through on Tuesday and Wednesday. I do think for many of the teams that obviously the 4 teams that didn't play, they're going to be doing a quite a big change to what they're going to be bringing in next week. And the teams that did play but find themselves on that second page, you can bet that they're going to be putting their absolute best foot forward to try come back for the next super weekend as soon as they possibly can.
Yeah, I'm expecting quite a few changes to come through in the league play. Of course, we know league play is not anywhere close to what we see coming through in super weekend, but already looking at the super weekend, the teams have really set quite a high bar, right? The performances just popping off the charts, and that is what we love to have. But I mean, coming into this next league play, as you said, Tuesday and Wednesday, that is where the teams, particularly the teams sitting at the lower end of the current leaderboard for the super weekend, they're going to have to work their butts off to ensure that they can come back to the next super weekend to push those points even further. But it's going to be quite exciting because Mad Knight, Intruder Africa, SWAT69, as well as Virtual Gaming will also now have an opportunity to join us in that second super weekend. Who will be the teams to make it through? We don't know just yet. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what this next week of league play is going to be holding and who those teams will be. But I do think once we get into the next one over on Tuesday, it's gonna be a hard one, right? Things are just gonna keep on pushing and evolving and getting even more exciting as we make our way through all these things. But on that, we want to give a big thank you to everyone for tuning in, for joining us in the absolute insane action we had through this super weekend. Of course, much love going out to all the teams. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Just some beautiful performance coming in there. I mean, we saw things that we never thought we would see, right? I mean, that was just insane. But of course, with that, thank you so much for everyone for joining in. Thank you to Ez as also for the super weekend. It was a lot of fun. A big thank you going out to the production team. You guys are absolute legends. But with that, we look forward to see you guys back on our first day of the second week of league play over on Tuesday. So be sure not to miss it. See you all again later. Stay safe.